everybody. How are we diddly doing? I hope we are all doing well, and a happy Friday to all of you fantastical and wonderful hobby beans. I hope you're all having an awesome day. How are we? How are we? How are we? Where's my music? Where's my music not playing? There we go. How are we all doing? I hope we are all doing fantastic, Mundo. How are we? How are we? A newbie getting on in the first and redeeming their daily bean. Thank you so much. I hope you are well. Sith! How are we, Sith? I hope you're doing good. Coming on in with that bean. And hello, how are we? Rusty Shackleford. Welcome to you, my friend. How are we? How are we? And Shrimples as well. How are we, my friend? Natman, how are we? How are you doing? I've been loving seeing the shots of your fantastic full army shots that have been going around on all the social medias and obviously the posts in the Discord. They look exquisite. How are you doing, my friend? I hope you're well. Are you riding that high of like, yes, everybody's just, you know, that dopamine from everybody going, giving you all the likes and the loves. It's incredibly well deserved. How are you doing, buddy? Rusty with the hiya! Sir Hobbytime of Healys, well met to you, sir. Well met. Haha. How are we? 'Tis actually the frog. I have stolen the free seat. It is Frog. Hello, Frog. How are we doing, Frog? I hope you're doing good. Wait, is it actually Frog? How are we all? I hope we're doing good. But yeah, it is Friday. Thankfully, it has been a week. It's been a long odd week. So I'm grateful that we are here on Friday. Which is really, really nice. We're starting a new hobby project today. So a new hobby project. I dropped a little hint about it on yesterday as part of my hobby streak. And it involves one of these tiny little jars. One of these tiny jars, and I've got some fun ideas to kind of do something with this. So that's what we're going to be starting on today. As you know me, I love doing multiple projects at once. So that's what we've got. My Necromunda is still happening. I'm finishing building the last couple of models for Dark Water. It's all happening at the same time. You know what it's like. Verity, bring it on in the Daily Bean. How are we, Verity? I hope you are doing well. How are we? How are we? But yeah, I hope everyone's doing good. I hope everyone is doing very, very good. Hiccuping away here. Hope we're all doing good. I'm celebrating by peeling potatoes. Potatoes, you say? Cue everyone going, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. There's nobody who haven't. And you're peeling potatoes. Wait, what are you having for dinner? I made teppanyaki tonight. So little rice cakes. And I cooked them in a chili and gochujang cheese sauce. That's what I made tonight. With loads of garlic, chili oil, spring onions, plenty of cream and cheese. It was a good time. It was a good old time. Nom, 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 nom. It's a nice, actually, quick, easy meal. I just wish I could get the teppanyaki cheaper. The rice flour. I could have a crack at making it myself. That's a lot of work, though. That's a lot of work. But yes. Garlic and herb sausages with mature cheddar cheese mash. Ooh, middle class bangers and mash. I like that. So yeah, it's like the middle class bangers and mash. I like that. I like that a lot. Now my brain's just like food. Oh. Where are we? Where's my brain now? My brain's like... Blah, blah, blah. I'm guessing you got to mummify one of us, and those tiny jars are for our organs. God, no, man, you always got to spoil everything. Yeah. This is actually this is where I keep all my brain cells, and I keep them in here just in case I need them. Sadly, there's none in here. There's also none in my head. Oh. Verity is doing good, let my dinner settle, and then we'll be doing some admins. There's that whole trend at the minute, isn't there, where people are talking about, there's a new trend that people do, and they have an admin night with their friends, where they go, right, everybody come round, we're going to bring your laptops, we're going to sit, and we're going to do some admin that we have to do, you know, pay bills, sort out car taxes, things like that sort of stuff, and we're going to all sit and do that, but we're all going to kind of do it together, so we're all going to be like, right, keep spurring each other on. It's an interesting trend that I definitely think I could probably benefit from, if I'm honest. Oh, Where are we at here? Johan, welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. How are we? How are we? Beard is dashing and on point as always. Unlike mine. My mirror shattered when I looked this morning. Oh, good lord. Thank you for the compliments. Thank you. Thank you very much. Beardy beards. See, no, the problem is the beard looks fine until I do this. And you realise how kind of chaotic it sticks out all the time. So it holds its shape well, but... How are you there doing? I hope you're doing well. How are we? How are we? Oh, you're becoming a lich. The jar is for psychology. For your heart, I approve. Big boy Jugo, welcome on into you. How are we, my friend? I hope you are well. Hello, hello, hello. I'm debating what to work on while I'm here. Got Horus Heresy, Age of Sigmar, or 40k. All three. Do all three. All three at the same time. They all paint in the same colour scheme, then you can do all three at the same time, right? Ooh, I don't know. What's taking your fancy? What are you thinking? What you tempted by? We today, like I said, we're going to be doing some tiny little things. We're doing a tiny diorama. We're putting the entire thing in one of these jars, which I'm very excited for. I do need to grab because I've been grabbing this jar, it's gone all dirty. So I'm just like, wah. Just parked as I've got home from work. We'll be playing Battlefield with a friend later tonight. Nice. I've not played any of the new Battlefield 6, actually. I feel like I haven't played a video game in about like a week and a half, which is very unusual for me. I need to jump on and play some games. I'm glad you are doing great, though. Very glad you are doing great. I'm kind of giving this jar a good clean. And yeah, I'm excited today to do something very different. I always like the idea of doing a diorama in an unusual medium. And I know right behind me, I've still got the remnants of the Necromunda photo frame diorama from last year's Hobby Bingo. The only reason I am not working on that at the moment is because the main guy in it who had the torch unfortunately fell off the side and his torch shattered, and I now can't find a replacement bit. So while I'm scouring for a replacement bit before I do any more work on that, that's where I'm at the moment. So, big boy Jugo, how are we? I've got a Rhino 8 3D and an Ultimator 3D printer for Christmas. I've just been struggling to get stuff printed. Ooh, what is in like stuff like support issues, stuff falling off the build plate, things like that. Welcome to the 3D printing world, though. Loads of it is a chaotic world of both practicality and random things that happen. And thank you, Verity, for sharing the link to our shop, of course. You can get things like this giant cosplay weapon you can see behind me right here. Or things like these miniatures. You can get loads of stuff on there. Tempting, but alas, the tiny rodent brain requires me to concentrate on one. I have Gene Stilicos for 40k, Space Marines for Heresy, and Magickin for AOS. What you doing for your Space Marines? Out of curiosity, I'm intrigued. What are you doing with your for that one? What if you put Jar Jar inside a jar, inside of another jar? I do have a load of Jar Jar heads that could be quite fun. My baggie of Jar Jar heads. Could put a Jar Jar head in there. What if I could just put something in there? That would be kind of interesting. Just put a random Jar Jar head, like as a skull or something, in the bottom of this, which could be kind of interesting. It could be jarring. Where are we? Hey, be nice to the auto mod. Remember, this is a family-friendly stream. The filament flow being difficult. Ooh. Is that it getting caught in the tube, the PFE tubes, or is what's the word of it? Or is it struggling in the PFE tubes to be pulled off the spool, or is it struggling out of the hot end? For that one, because there's two potentially helpful fixes. One involves making sure the filament is super dry, and the other one is checking something on the hot end. So I'm intrigued to know which one, what's the main problem. Just my normal Marines. I need to try and get the Age of Darkness box from last edition. What legion did you say you were doing, by the way? I can't remember what you said. I suppose the upside of the Marines is that it's quite repetitive to kind of batch through them, I suppose. So, I can't stop sneezing. No, Verity. I swear, if I'm sick from being in the outside world today. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. No. Let's hope you're not getting sick. There is definitely a lot of cold and flu bugs going around, and it didn't help today that you got caught in all that really heavy rain. Bless you. No, Verity. No. Okay, hopefully it's just it won't be anything long term. It's not anything like that. Iron Warriors, because they're easy to paint. That's true. I mean, hold on a minute. It's not like they've got hazard stripes on them everywhere. I suppose, yeah. Do you want me to roll a dice for you and help you decide, or do you think you know what you want to do? The hot end, the feeder tube may be displaced. Okay. I'm wondering if if it's the hot end that's causing the jamming. This might sound a bit odd. Is the filament you're using the right size for your hot end? So basically, most of the time, most filament comes in a standard size. But on occasion, if you're using a really narrow hot end, like something like a 0.1 or a 0.2, sometimes it can it might require finer filament. Sure, roll a dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just chill out. Okay, hold on. Let's do the dice. Let's switch over to here. Alright, where's my die? Dice, there we go. So, 1, 2 is Heresy, 3, 4 is Maggotkin, and 5 and 6 is Genestealer Cults. If we somehow roll a 7 on a d6, well, that's some incredible talent we have. It's a 5! Genestealer Cults. No. Yeah, Genestealer Cults. There you go, Rusty. When in doubt, listen to the dice gods. Optional hazard rights. That's fair. Optional hazard rights. Oh, I'm using the 0.8 nozzle. And it's getting jammed, and it's getting jammed in the hot end. I'm trying to think what that could possibly be issue-wise. I'm trying to think what Oh, I don't know. I've not used a 0.8 before. I've either got a 0.4 or a 0.2. Like, my first thing would be, is it an issue with the filament? Is the filament dry enough for it? Is this have you got like a filament dryer, or are you able to? What's like the temperature of the room? Things like that. I'm trying to think what could be on that one. I've no idea. Yeah, my normal things are, if something happens, with my printer, normally the first things I check is the filament, does the filament need drying? Is the print bed sticky enough? Or does the hot end need a clean? And then after that, it's like PFE tubes, they all connected correctly. And then I'll do a couple of like calibration ones. But I'll be honest, I've not really had that issue where it's getting stuck in the hot end yet. Touch wood, it doesn't happen. So, it is dry. My room is the driest part of the house. I'm assuming you're storing it all in like either an AMS or all in a load of Why is my camera flipped again? Why does my camera keep flipping? I'm so confused. This happened last stream. It just randomly flipped. That's better. That's actually what I'm doing now. I was like, what's going on here? Ooh. I'm trying to think. Have you tried doing a cold pull through it? Has that worked well? Where you kind of lower the temperature with the hot end just enough to melt the filament, like just enough, and then you can kind of just pull through. How's that? Has that worked? I'm trying to think of other options that you could do. Has it worked at all? That's the first thing I probably want to know. Is it printed anything whatsoever, or does it just constantly keep getting jammed? I'm trying to think what else. I don't know. I feel like I'm just spitballing ideas here. Hopefully some of these will help. Oh, you're probably like, nah, I've done that. I've done that. You don't know what you're talking about. I've already done all that. I'm going to be like, oh, do my best. I'm just trying to think. Excuse me. It may be an old 3D printer. I bought it second hand and it is almost 10 years old. Well, the upside of that is if it's second hand and it's 10 years old, you might get lucky that you might be able to just pick up a new hot end. If you can't do any cold pulls through it and you've cleaned it out and there's definitely, it just keeps jamming, I would probably say at that point is the time to start looking at maybe a new hot end. But cheaper printers, a lot of those parts, you'll be surprised at how many of them float about or how much compatible stuff there is. Is it like getting stuck? Is the problem here is like it's kind of going through. It's going through and then it's like just not coming out the other side, or is it just fully getting stuck and kind of like pooling and then you end up with like a little bit of spaghetti like pushing out? I'm trying to think what it might be. Oh, my back. Right, anyway, tiny jar. I have some ideas for this today. But before I keep dirtying up the jar with my grubby fingers, I need to find, most importantly, where on earth I've put my gloves. Because I don't know where I've put them, and I need to use them because otherwise I'm going to get my grubby fingers all over the jar. Well, what are you lot all getting up to today, folks? Natman's peeling potatoes for bangers and mash. What is everyone else getting up to? Juco's trying to figure out how to sort out a 3D printer, and Rusty, of course, is doing some Gene Stealer cults. So I'm hyped to know what everyone else is doing. Well, I'm frantically looking for my gloves. I still don't understand how I've misplaced my gloves. They were the one thing, no matter where I moved my move stuff around, I kept going, they have to stay here. They have to stay here. I got a jar of dirt. I got a jar of dirt. Hold on. I got a jar of dirt. I got a jar of dirt. Got it. And where on earth is it? Where did we go? Well, okay, I can't find. They're not. I keep doing this. I keep looking around for them, and I'm like, I can't find them. They fallen? They fallen down here? No. Ooh, also as a reminder as well, if anybody just saw Rival Crafts is having its closing down sale at the moment. So if you are after things like filaments and pigments and things, pigments like flower tufts and things like that, do not forget to grab to grab some stuff before they shut. There's some blue ones in the bathroom for last fails I can grab. I'm just trying to think, like, it was a massive box, so I'm like, I feel like I'm so confused where it's gone. Nah, it'll be okay. If I've got to clean it, just keep cleaning it afterwards. I've got to keep cleaning it. Thank you, though, Verity. Which is your favourite James Bond, and why is it Pierce Brosnan? Ooh, yeah, it's bold of you to assume that Pierce Brosnan is my same Bond. My favourite Bond. Bold of you to assume that. He was a very good Bond. I don't know if he was my favourite, though. He's up there. Like, as in, like, because he's kind of iconic. Like, GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, was it Die Another Day? And what was the other one he did? He did He did 4 Bond films, didn't he? Pierce Brosnan did 4 Bonds. GoldenEye. GoldenEye was his first. What was after GoldenEye? Was it Tomorrow Never Dies after GoldenEye? Or was that The World Is Not Enough? World Is Not Enough? World Is Not Enough. So then it'll be Tomorrow Never Dies, and then it'll be Die Another Day, wasn't it? And then Daniel Craig. Ooh, again. He's a good Bond. Well, I didn't like him at first. I wasn't sure on him as a Bond at first. I feel that he didn't exude the classic. He was a bit of a gritty Bond, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but he wasn't the classic Bond that I remember growing up with. I'd probably say, if I was to pick a favourite Bond, I'm probably leaning towards Sean Connery. I feel it's like Sean Connery, probably Pierce Brosnan, and but then Roger Moore. I don't know. It's tough. It's because they all brought their own unique identity to it. So, but I think Sean Connery is a classically good Bond. He's just, he's just a classic Bond, isn't he? Although he did have some of his films have not aged well. There's some things that have not aged well. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. So where are we at here? So I'm just looking at the picture you've put in your. Okay. So I'm just looking at your prints that you put the pictures for you. What's coming out your printer, Juco, and I'll be honest. I know you said that the filament's dry. That for me is that I think there's one of two things here. Either the hot end isn't getting hot enough, and it's not maintaining the heat as it's printing, because it's starting off like fairly okay, but you can see it's already got a few little bits here on the. I would be almost inclined to think that that's either the hot end isn't getting hot enough, or your filament is not dry enough. Because I always thought that this room was pretty dry and there wasn't like a problem with it, but I still had to purchase a filament dryer in the end, and for it. Then I've got all my stuff stayed in AMS, stored with loads of silica gels. So yeah, for me, if this was the first point of call I'd go to with these two elements, would be that either the hot end isn't staying hot enough or the filament's not dry enough. Print bed's definitely leveled okay. Like in terms of like, it's not like it's I presume you've leveled everything fine if it started off okay. This one's a little worse on the Apache side of it, but I'm not familiar with the Ultimaker printers. I'm assuming it's similar. Is that a glass print bed? Is that glass, that print bed? You can see you got your X for your glue on there, that's fine. Interesting. I've never used a glass print bed before. How does that retain its heat? That's wild. Yeah, looking at these things. Yeah, I think for my first port of call for either of these is either the hot end isn't keeping its temperature, which can be fixed in a couple of different ways. If there's no enclosure on the Ultimaker, so if it's not like a and if that one way could be that it needs to be put in like one of those enclosure tents or something. But if this is 10 years old, I was going to say most printers these days are all right. If it is 10 years old, I would be intrigued to know if it is the heat on the hot end. If you're pretty solid on the fact that your filament is dry, I think the hot end on that one. Well, I hope you get it sorted anyway. Either way, I'm excited to see what you're going to be printing. What are you hoping to get printed up? To start with. Right, grab some of these things. So, we're going to be putting some of these tiny Horus Heresy epic scale models inside this jar. We're going to make a tiny little diorama. That's my plan. The debate here is do I do a sideways diorama or do I do a height-based diorama? Kind of like if I do it sideways, that's going to be kind of cute. But then like height could be kind of cool. I do a vertical one. Build up like layers of dirt, maybe glue some stuff to the sides. Options? Or what if I could go out of the thing? Or what if I've got a guy here with a jump pack? Or what if I could do him kind of like escaping out of the top of the jar? I could use the lid of the jar as kind of part of it. I could do the lid of the jar. Could be like, what if I made I cut into this cork lid at the top and made it so almost like they were trying to help them out. I don't know. So many options. So many options on this one. Trying to figure out how I'm going to put the models in there. Trying to think. Tall, sideways. Tall or sideways. I think I'm going to go into the business of missing pieces replacing. If a piece is missing, I could commission print the pieces and then support my potential future studies for Masters in Product Design. That makes sense. That's a good way of doing it. I mean, missing pieces are super useful. Like the most recent things I've printed on my 3D printer are plastic dowels for re-putting together IKEA furniture after the wooden ones broke. Plastic dowels, that was Verity's idea. That was a really useful thing. And replacement brackets for like curtain rails, wardrobe rails, things like that. Like there's the most common things I've sort of kind of used mine as replacement parts for. Obviously, it's great because you can print massive things on the 3D printer and do it in multi-parts. I've got a commission at the minute for some LARPing gear, which is really cool. There's loads of different things on there, which is going to be really fun to do. So, I'm trying to think which way around to do this on this. But it's definitely a good market there for missing pieces. Probably one of the smallest things I've used on my FDM printer was somebody wanted a bracket for an SSD for a laptop. Do you know when you put the SSD in for the laptop, depending on the size of your SSD, you'll need a separate bracket. So that bracket broke in their laptop. So that's probably one of the smallest things. That was tiny. That was probably about the size of 2 of these squares. And it was only like 2 or 3 layers, so I had to make sure it was sturdy. So that was fun. And the escape would be cool. The escape could be fun. Yeah, I'm trying to think. So I'm gonna have to repaint a couple of these guys. If I'm doing like the guy with the jump pack being the main guy kind of escaping out of this. Wonder if I could do the other guys all in a different legion kind of shooting him as he escapes. Now I could make it easier on myself and I could only repaint this guy. I could leave everybody else kind of in the salamander paint scheme already. But then that would make the salamanders the bad guys. Clearly, I haven't thought this through. What is making it easy for yourself? I do not know this. I do not know of this way to make things easy for myself. I've never heard of it. People practice this methodology, and I think it's lies. We do not make things easy for ourselves. I feel as well as it's making it so that this is easily, like, kind of... what's the word for it? Like, visible, if that makes any sense. Like, so if you're looking at it, you can, no matter what side you're looking at it, you can kind of get a glimpse into the jar. Like, about what's going on in the middle. Have you also worked out how you're going to construct it? I am hoping using lots of things like cork, probably a couple of bits of sprue, and lots of super glue and praying, I think. I've got the Yoo-hoo glue for something a little bit more sturdy if I need that. Where's all my cork bits gone? This is all a big experiment, so I wish I could say this is the best way to do this. I won't know. It's my first time doing it. But I've got quite a lot of bits of cork laying around. And lots of, like, ballast and things like that. So, because my part of me was debating about if I did it on its side, and I could build up layers of, like, dirt, like you would do when you do, like, sand in a jar with a little bit of, like, glue, sort of PVA or whatever, and it kind of holds it in place. So I was thinking, like, we could do the sand in the jar element of it. And then just have, like, a couple of guys in a shootout. I thought would be that side for it. But now I'm, like, in the challenge of doing something vertical. So... kind of, let me grab some. I've got loads of different bits. I've got all this, like, whole big tub here of, like, rocks and stuff. So I feel like there's quite a lot you can do. Because there's so much you can kind of mess around with it. Like, you could have it like that as a hill sort of style. Problem is like keeping it so that it doesn't, as you rotate the jar, it doesn't keep moving. That's the hard part. I meant more literally how you're getting it in there. Oh, tweezers and praying. I think. There's so much that we could do for this. I'm trying to think I'm trying to think of the theme. If I end up doing like... if I end up doing some sort of escape, for example, I could always use bits of the cork. Of course, my practice bit of cork. I mean, it's kind of nothing stopping me from kind of using various bits of cork to kind of create like shelves. Now, I'm wondering if I'm going about this the wrong way. If I need to create some sort of like spine for this, so to speak, if I'm going vertical, and have everything attached to the spine. Oh, you know what would be really cool? Like a spiral staircase. That could be kind of fun. That would solve the spine issue. Just my brain's just going like, I have no idea what to do. The build plate is annoying because it uses the spring screw leveling system. Ooh, that's an interesting one. I suppose an older printer, that kind of makes sense though, why they would use that. Not a bad one, just there are better versions now, aren't they? Still useful though. I'm just staring at this like I have no idea. I feel like I need to get like a spoon. Like a small spoon, but I feel like a spoon isn't big enough. Have you got the skills and patience for a spiral staircase? I think I could make it work. I think because I'd probably build it out of the jar. And probably out of like bits of sprue or plasticard and just kind of build up the steps that way around. I suppose the tricky part will be the spiral staircase and these guys on it. It would have to be such a precise size. I feel like that wouldn't necessarily work. Gotta do some snipping of these guys off here and trying to figure out size-wise on it. Woo. Take off some of these tiny little guys. Guess who's back? Back again. There we go, man. Newbie, welcome back. How are you, my friend? How was your tasty dinner? Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if I went back to the idea of doing something sideways. And thank you for the biddies as well. If I went and back to do something sideways, I wonder if I could do like laying siege maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think of doing. I want to build it from scratch. That's the part of this one. I'm trying to want to use as. I don't want to have to 3D design something that sits inside the jar. So, trying to figure out what to do with that then. Trying to think. Dinner was good. Classic sausage casserole. Hell yes. Classic. I'm trying to think what the right way to do this is going to be. To keep cleaning the jar. This is a whole new area for me. I've never done something like this before. So I'm like, I wonder if it's if I grab a vehicle. I think the jar is definitely too big for a vehicle. Yeah, it might fit a rhino. It just wouldn't fit one of these. Okay. What are you working on today, newbie? Still working on your big statue? Stay. Yep, back to the big statue. Hell yes. I'm excited to see that when it's all finished off. I will figure this out. Well, things like wondering if I could do something. Ooh. Okay, what about a more interesting idea? It's not interesting, but it'd be a bit easier rather than an escapes kind of style. I mean, I still liking the escape style. I was thinking, what about if there was like one or two. So honestly, if I built the first section of it as like as in people like having a last stand like in a room, and then it was a bunch of people like charging to try and take down the door, and I completely sealed off like a part of it, and then it's sideways. That could be interesting. Oh yeah, Super Weasel, how are you, my friend? I hope you're feeling better. How are we? And if not, hopefully today we can give you a big smile. That's the plan. How are we? Right, I need to grab some more cork. Do you have a load of it here somewhere? I'm hoping so anyway. I'll be very confused if I can't find all my cork. Okay, I've got cork pieces. Yeah, I hope you're doing alright. I hope the words are hard. I hope the cold isn't kicking your butt too hard. More cork pieces. And lots of basing tiny like bits here. I think all of those are going to be a bit too big. Yeah. Okay. Options, people. Options. Sounds like you want to do the Weeping Agents in the Byzantium scene. And that's the kind of vibe I was thinking of. Like, kind of them going up and then everything else kind of around the edge sort of style. I was thinking, like, if I could have this guy kind of on his jump back, kind of like going up, almost kind of escaping to the top. I was thinking of having like little shelves all the way around with different people trying to shoot at him and sort of take him out. I could have him taking a few pop shots at people. He could be kind of like pinned in by a plume coming out of his jetpack. This could be kind of fun. A lot of this is just going to be wildly like, is this going to work? Who knows? So, pretty much back on my feet now. Oh, that is good to hear. I am glad. Or, what have you been... did you take any extra time off work, or did you just take the one day? Pick a few nice big pieces of these. Now, luckily, these jars are available pretty easily in Tiger, so or Flying Tiger if it's one of the pop-up ones. And they're only about £1 each. So I thought I'll grab one, and if it all goes horribly wrong, at least I can go and grab another at some point. The hard part here is going to be using, if I use super glue on it, the problem will be is if that makes it all go all like kind of clear, if that makes it all like not clear. What's the word I'm looking at for this? What's my brain today is just not. It could make it all look very white and powdery, you know, where there's super glue drives. Azzachan, good evening to you, my friend. How are we? Just powered through. That's fair. Sometimes it's the easy option, isn't it? The only way out is through. Right, let's see if I can do. We're gonna dive in pretty wild on this to start with, because I've just had another idea that I kind of want to do a pool of water at the bottom. My brain is just like, here's more things, right? Cloudy, that's the one. Thank you. I was like, my brain was like, I can't think what the words are. It's kind of picking out rocks. Oh, this kind of tub here. Actually, this one, if it's not just this one, I've got some more from Rival Crafts. Actually, that might be better. Where did that go? Where's the big one from Rival Crafts? The big tub I've got. Where are you? No, not there. The Scorched Earth one. Where have I put you? Where did I put you? Did I put you in one of these drawers? Aha! Found it. It's in this drawer. Hold on. Gonna move some stuff. Move some bits. That's grass. That's more basing materials. More grass. Wait a second, I've just realized. Hold on. I've just realized something. You know what I just found? I don't know if the scale's going to be right. I don't know if the scale's going to be right because the scaling's off. I just found some older Epic Eldar models. And I think the scale is going to be quite off because these are 4mm and these are now 6mm, so I don't think they're going to work. Damn it. No, that won't quite work. That would have been cool. Like having him being chased by I don't know, swooping hawks or something. Some rangers on the cliffs. That would have been cool. Yeah, well, right. This was what I was after. I'm doing all good, all good. I finished my Grey Knight banner bearer the other night, and now I've got a Templar Captain and the Draenei Shaman on the table. Ooh. I am working on a tiny diorama in a small glass jar. Don't know why, just wanted to do it, and that's where I'm at. I'm just like, that could be kind of fun. Kind of experimenting here, thoughts to do. It's gonna be really random. I am gonna go and grab a teaspoon because I feel I need like a teaspoon to be able to put all these tiny bits in the jar. Give me a sec. I'm back. I have teaspoon. Okay, I'm back. Where are we? You've missed a trick with those. If you'd bought 2 of them, you would have had a Jar Jar. I have the 2. I mean, one's Verity's. Verity also wants to do a tiny diorama, so one's technically Verity's. I'm back with teaspoons. Lewis, I heard you talking bad about my God Emperor and mankind, so I came to check with Inquisitor. Whoa. First off, Emperor's not a god. Second off, your Emperor can bring it. How are you, Rasmus? I hope you're well. Now, man, how are we doing? I'm in and out of chat while cooking. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just squeezing in a couple of bits into here. I've had the wild idea now that I basically want to I want to do a bit of dirt at the bottom of here, and then I would like to do a. Oop, that went everywhere. I'd like to do a watery resin pour, which I think I can use using some of my UV Cure Green Stuff World resin. Maybe put one of these dead tufts on here. Basically, my brain is just whirring with ideas, and I'm just gonna start. I'm just gonna start going at it and be like, hey, it's gonna be what it be. How do you reckon I would do Draenei skin? Are you doing classic blue Draenei? Draenei skin? Classic blue Draenei for from WoW? I assume that's what you mean with the Draenei. So super easy way of doing it, if you want something super easy, if you can get a hold of it, there was an old technical paint called... Have I still got the jar? Aha. It's now a contrast paint, I believe. If you can get this Nighthaunt Gloom, and you put it really thinly over... That Nighthaunt Gloom is just one coat with one dry brush highlight, is how I did my towel skin. So, I don't know if that might work, if you're looking for that sort of level. If you want it to be a little bit more purpley, you can just add in, obviously, some dry brushing, I guess. I was thinking if you wanted something quick. I was thinking blue skin, that's kind of it. That sort of vibe. That helps. Alternatively, I did my other towel skin, which is my these guys. I did this with basically Space Wolf colours. Followed like a Space Wolf armor pattern. So I think it was like Thunderhawk blue into like Fenrisian grey, into with a Drakenhof Nightshade wash. That's kind of how I did that one. And then went back in with the Fenrisian grey for a highlight. I think I added a little bit of white to it just to pick out some of the other bits. That's another blue skin. I was thinking the only stuff I could think of for blue skin would be Tau. And actually, what does the hold on? What does the Citadel color wrap tell us? Alright, Citadel color. Paint. By model. Let's find a model. Let's go 40k. Tau. Oh, ethereal. Let's pick the color schemes. So what did they do for the skin? Looks like this one. That's the skin color. View the color. That's also so Tau flesh color. It's Grayseer, the Fang, Drakenhof Nightshade, followed by Rust Grey and Fenrisian Grey. Kind of one of the options. Natman says Celestial Grey, wash with Tyrant Blue, Celestial Grey again, and a thick highlight as a thick highlight, and then a Blue Horror as an edge highlight. Ooh, that's what you did for your Zeech ones, wasn't it? That's a good shout. Is there a way of translating from Citadel to Tooth and Coats? Oh yeah, they came with cards. There's loads of stuff for that. If you go to their website, they've got a whole conversion list. Yeah, where are we at? Yeah, it's all available on their website. Where's their conversion chart? There you go. Download the charts here. So I think most of it would probably fall under Wave 1. That kind of a Celestia. So Celestial Blue is the same as Blue Horror. Elysium Blue is the same as Kelgar. Yeah, these are great for it. That's why I like the Tooth and Coats, because they'll give you other alternatives as well from other ranges where it might be similar. I do like them for that. I'm helping. What if I tell you, Lewis, that you can paint any unit skin blue and just make the law that they have silver poisoning, because that's what causes their skin to change into blue? I mean, you could. You definitely could. I feel like silver poisoning is an interesting way to go. I feel like I would just be like, they have blue skin. Like, why? They lived in the aura of a blue sun. I'd be much less creative than silver poisoning. Oh, wait, because you could expand on that and be like, this is my Space Marine successor chapter, the Silver Paladins. They, as part of, they're an... Right, okay, got some lore. I've got some lore for you. Okay, you ready? I've just made this up now, but based on what you just said. So, the successor chapter is a Iron Hand successor known as the Silver Paladins. And what they do is, as part of their initiation, they actually drink from the same basically liquid metal that turned Ferrus Manus's arms into iron. They have a small finite amount of that left, recovered from his shattered arm that Vulcan smashed during the heresy, the one that was taken by the Medusa clan. A bit of that they've managed to salvage, and it's one of their most precious relics. And basically, every single initiate has a small kind of like sliver of it. They have to drink it, and as a result, they almost suffer from almost like an acute iron and silver poisoning, which has now led them to have an unusual blue hue to their skin tone. There you go. I've expanded on the lore. Done. I like that. I like that. Cool backstory for a necromunda gang. Ooh, yeah, that they get poisoning in the constantly from like extreme like lead poisoning, but not enough to kill them. I like this. I'm liking this. Okay. First bit going in the jar. Where's my tweezers? Here we go. Okay. We're in. Stuff is in. Stuff is in now. So then, some of the really thin scorched earth parts first. And go all around. Need to get some nice thin bits. I'm acting like I know what I'm doing. This is all new to me. Okay, that's in there. I want it to be piled up a little bit, as if it's all falling down to. Okay, things. I was planning to make Vashtor's skin purplish, so it looked like silver poisoning, so imagine being the master of the Souls Forges. Ooh, I like that. That's really cool. I am looking for a color scheme for my squats. You could do them that they're all based on the materials. They're a ragtag team of Ironhead squat prospectors who have all been specialists in their field of mining a particular rare earth or material. So there's Captain Cobalt, who, what would happen if you have cobalt poisoning? Does that turn you blue? There's Lenny the Lead Master, who's got like kind of a grey pallid skin tone. What else you got? Garnet Gary, who's got a reddish skin tone because of all the light that refracted off all the garnets and the inhaling the small amounts of garnets he's been digging up from the earth. Aha! I'm liking this. I'm liking this logic. Amethyst Andy. Basically, look at the crystal beasts, right? And go from there. And I do like the idea though of having a bit of fun with Vashtor. If you want to see a really cool Vashtor conversion, if you haven't seen it, Rasmus, check out Natman's posts in both the Discord and on their socials here. Natman has been doing a great job with their Chaos androids as well. And one of the final masterpiece for that has been the giant bit of work on the Vashtor Ascended, which is really pretty. So I'm kind of wondering now, do I just pour in some UV resin and cure it to get like a watery effect? Is that what I need to do? This is all new to me. I feel I need a couple of dead parts of a Space Marine in there, like a tiny skull or something. He's going to sacrifice himself out of all of these tiny little bits. Luna, welcome in. How are you doing? You mean gem? It could be Gem Knights. I was thinking. My brain went to Crystal Beasts, and I had a Gem Knight deck. Why did I not think of the Gem Knights? You could do a Diamond Dude. Yes. Like make him. Do them all themed on the Destiny heroes. Do it. Do it. Do it. The best heroes. I will, as a hill I'll die on. The Destiny heroes are the best heroes from the season. That's my stance. How are we, Luna? I hope you're well. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, I like the Destiny heroes are always fantastic. You need a very small skull, but not. It needs to be epic scale. I mean, I could just take one of these guys. No, because I need kind of one with a little bit more anime. It might have to be this captain, but I've only got one of him. Spare, anyway. I mean, that does the job, right? He's just dead in the bottom of there. I feel like I'm doing this top down isn't the right way to show you guys this. I feel like I need to move my camera. Almost like kind of almost this way. Tip for today. I feel like this is like the view I'm kind of looking at it. That's decided. Yu-Gi-Oh cards with precious stones and name is the theme. Yes! I'm here for it. There's one that's dead in the middle. So that does mean that if I do this, the escaping guy needs to not be a salamander. Which means I only have to repaint one of these models. So I need a story and thought process of who the salamanders be fighting. I mean, they could just be doing infighting, right? No, wait, no salamanders turned, did they? Who could they be fighting? I don't know. I feel like I'm more tempted to repaint these and leave the salamander guy painted up because I'm really happy with this paint up. And repaint all of these tiny guys. No, what was the model mishap? What happened? That does look very fun, though. And then it'll just be a resin pour over that and hope that cures okay. To be fair, actually, it could just be a dead salamander at the bottom. I could just do there could just be a dead salamander at the bottom. That could be fine. Rather than one guy trying to escape. Well, before I do anything, though, I need to get him back out because I need to take some of the stuff off him. He needs a bit of a touch-up. Okay, move the camera back to normal now while I work on this. There we go. Tiny little guys. I painted my big guy and it slipped out of my hand. I caught it just before I hit the ground. Oh, good catch on that one. Very good catch. You'd be like, huh? So I'm just going to take this bit out of the middle of his legs, this little stand. These are so small. So small, right? As soon as I finish my Mechanicum Legions, my my DC themed Goliaths, and my Horus Heresy Alpha Legion cries internally. Be like me, have like 5 projects on the go at once. You know, there's nothing wrong with having multiple projects, right? Right? Right, guys? There's nothing wrong with having multiple projects. Right? That's okay. So I may just concentrate on this. I'm realizing whenever I'm leaning down, oh, you guys can barely see me. I really sort out where my camera's going. Where's my files? I've been using it for something else. Oh no, there's one. There's one. That'll do. No, I was hoping for my flat one, but that'll do. Where's my flat one actually? I was using it like the other day, so it should be around here somewhere. Get you one snag, nothing gets done. That is true. That is fair. Multiple projects, but then there's this glorious moment where everything comes to completion around the same time, and you're just like, whoa! All my projects are done. Woohoo! Only 5 rookie numbers. I know, right? Right, rookie numbers. I need to pump up them numbers. So what projects has everybody got on at the minute? Or if you had to pick 4 of your projects to finish off this year, what would you pick? What would be your goals, your plans to finish off models? If I had like unlimited time, I'd really want to finish off my my Votan, but the downside of the Votan is just they take so long as a painting project. So just like, I think I need a very small craft knife. I still have 223 warriors to clean up. 23 warriors. No, I was thinking that's a lot of warriors. And I'm already thinking about in 10 nights. That's fine. That's alright then. But that's all still technically one project though, right? That's all for one army. So that's, in my brain, that's one project. Is that not one project? Is that not what everyone else does? I feel like if it's stuff for the same army, for me that's one project. Have I been doing Warhammer wrong this whole time? I've still not finished my Radagast on foot, for goodness sake. That's fine. There you go. That's your plan. So for February, finish Radagast. That seems like a really attainable goal. 1 model in February. I like it. Pick a square that makes sense for on the hobby bingo. Nailed it. And if you don't, that's also not a problem. I mean, right now, if I look at what's behind my camera, I have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Where are we at? 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Just on my shelves on my desk, I have 43 models. That's a model that's like per base. So like, I'm not saying there's 43 Legions Imperialis there, sort of thing. It's bases. Out of those 43, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are finished. That separately is for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different projects. So yeah, that's got about right. I separate them since I'm too buffering to play fair. Like, how important is this to the structural integrity here? Right, so that guy needs a bit of paint done on him before I do anything further. I'm hoping, the only thing I'm nervous about putting some resin in and curing the resin in here is will the heat from the curing resin crack the glass? How many of those are Jar Jar? You know what? None of them are Jar Jar, surprisingly. On my desk right now, none of them are Jar Jars. That is a load of stuff from Darkwater, Legions Imperialis, the Mass Effect board game, and then there's Middle-earth, Necromunda, 40k, Age of Sigmar. On my desk right now. That's what I've got. If I look at these models. That's like on that stand. So there's Necrons, Age of Sigmar, 40k, Middle-earth. There's the Necromunda guys. And then over here, there's Darkwater. That's my Vol 40k. That's the Mass Effect stuff. That's the Legions things. So, there's quite a few on there. The variety is the spice of life, right? That's what it is. You're going to have a bit of fun. Surprising none of those are Jar Jars. Feel I'm letting the side down. Lack of Jar Jars on this stream. Need the green that I've put on those, which is Wyvern green, if memory serves. I've still not painted any minis this year, and I'm about to start a 2-week holiday, so perhaps that will help. There is nothing wrong with that. That's my biggest thing about that Agamemnon. I hope you're doing well as well. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. There's always, I think we in this hobby put far too much pressure on ourselves to do the stuff we've purchased. It's like, it isn't going anywhere. Just because you purchased it now, and you may have been like, I want to sit and paint this ASAP. If you don't get to it for 2 years, doesn't matter. Like, you know, you'll get to it when you're ready to get to it. So absolutely no stress about that. Don't put the pressure on yourself. You know, I've said it. I always say it's a good example. I took nearly 2 years off the hobby at one point because I just, every time I sat down to paint a model, just wasn't vibing. Every time I sat to play the game, wasn't clicking with me. But I didn't get rid of everything because I kind of thought everything was going to come back. Plus, you know, life and stuff. We will have other things going on. You know, we all work jobs in order to pay for our hobbies. Sometimes the work from those jobs takes precedence, and you know, and mentally, that you got to kind of think about that as well. The mental toll that takes. So, never put pressure on yourself, and don't stress about the fact that you have or haven't painted models. You know, sort of side of it. You'll get there when you get there, and that's fine. Like I said, it's a hobby for a reason, right? It's not a full-time job. I've been busy with other stuff, to be fair. That's fair. I've been going to a new hobby shop and to play Magic. Ooh, how are you getting on with Magic? Magic, my other thing. Magic, you say? Na, 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 na. It's Laura and Eclipse release day. I like my Magic the Gathering. I've been doing a Magic, opening a pack a day every, and so far I've opened a pack nearly every day since, well, I've opened a pack every day since January 1st. And I think I did my advent calendar in December where I think I still opened a pack pretty much every day in December, but a pack a day every day from January 1st. I've been posting them on my socials, so if you're a big fan of Magic, hello, you're in the right place. Is that for like standard? You playing limited, commander? What you been playing? Let me know, let me know, let me know. I'm like magic talk now, man. Yeah, some people call it a hobby. I call it a lifestyle. I like that. So now it's my lifestyle. Ooh. I had the same, pretty good. I've got one deck I've been tinkering with for about 15 years now. It's worth quite a bit of dosh. Hell yes. What's the commander, if you don't mind me asking? I'm intrigued. Where you got Slivers, Eldrazi? What are you rocking? What are you rocking there? Newbie, I had the same problem last year. I would say to myself, I will paint when I get home after work, and when it came to it, I wasn't feeling it, and then felt bad for not painting. As I love the process and results. This year so far has been great for painting. You know, that's why this year I'm doing that hobby streak post. So every day I'm trying to post that I've done something for the hobby. Or I've done like something to benefit my hobby journey going forward. And the only reason, the main reason I'm doing that is because, and already we're 23 days in. And for those 23 days in, I have already taken 2 rest days where I've said, one of them is I just sat my hobby journey, I read my White Dwarf. I was on the road, couldn't do any painting or building, that's fine. The first 5 days were rearranging this room. Then you've got... What else have you got for that one? You've got... where's my brain going? Yeah, well, one of the days was just a night off. I took a night off from my hobby because I didn't feel like doing it. Like, trying to show that realistic hobby side. I think what we see a lot of on... And this is no disrespect to people who post all the time on Instagram and things like that. I think a lot of the time we tend to see people who are just constantly posting that they're making progress all the time. And they don't, it's not intentional, but I think that can really put a lot of pressure on some people sometimes, where they're like, oh, I'm not sure how I kind of feel about that, because I'm kind of like, it kind of piles on a bit, and it kind of makes you be like, well, I'm not posting as much, I'm not painting as much, I'm not finishing as many projects. So I'm kind of doing that kind of hobby journey to kind of show that it doesn't matter, you could do nothing. That's still a benefit to your hobby, because you're taking time to rest and recharge for it. So I think it's very much one of those things where, like, we do in this hobby put so much pressure on ourselves, and so much like kind of like, oh, I have to do this, I've got to do that. I don't think social media is to blame, but I don't think sometimes it helps. But I do think that we as a community are really, really good. Or is it really, really good just to kind of... I don't know, sorry, I can hear Milkshake trying to get in the room, but he can't come in because I've got stuff everywhere. Yeah, just kind of one of those things. Just don't put pressure on yourself. Enjoy it. It's a hobby. The minis aren't going anywhere. That's my biggest thing to everybody. Your minis aren't going anywhere. Like, I don't look at them and feel guilty. It's much easier said than done, but you don't need to. So yeah. I was about to ask, did you want the Shakums? It's too much, because I've got so many like tiny bits around. I kind of want him in here, but it's a little bit of a... trying to think. Give me a minute. Let me see if I can... Because I'm trying to make sure that he doesn't knock over a load of terrain bits everywhere and spill a jar. Oh yeah. If he give him a second half dinner, if he wants to come in there, and that gives me time to tidy up. Thank you, Birdie. Saizan, the Perverter of Truth. That's the mono black one, isn't it? The demon spirit thing. I pulled one from was it Phyrexia Obi-Wan or the March of the Machine? Is it one of those? I remember the symbol being like kind of one of those symbols where it looked a little bit like Elish Norn. Is that the one I'm thinking of? I can't remember if that's the one I'm thinking of. I remember it being an odd combo of like demon and ghost or something. Demon, I'm sure I want to say demon spirit. It looks like a big skull. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, he's basically a brick on everyone else's gas pedal. So is he he's no, he's not when he enters. He's a permanent static ability, isn't he? He's when somebody does... Is it when they draw a card, they lose 2 life? Or... Or is it... No, it's not when someone draws a card. It's the... Somebody draws a card. I'm trying to remember what it is. I can't remember exactly what it is. It's something to do with people lose life and draw cards. He either forces the draw, or it's when they draw, or it's like... It's like, oh no. He's the one which is at the start of the upkeep. Isn't he? Start of upkeep, they double their draw or something. There we go. He makes every player draw 2 during upkeep and lose 2 life. That's the one. There you go. I was thinking, I remember it being something for it, but it's not one I've played. Oh, that's a fun commander. He was printed in the Multiverse Legends bonus sheet. Yes. I was thinking, I remember I pulled one and I was like, ooh, this is pretty. Yes. I've not attended a pre-release since Dark Ascension. You know what? That was my first set of Magic. Dark Ascension. And then I went backwards kind of to the Innistrad set that was before. Dark Ascension was great. It was my first time I kind of played Magic properly, if that makes sense. I remember buying my first Fat Pack. I've still got that box from the Dark Ascension Fat Pack. I really enjoyed it. Which is very, very cool. It's the everything needs to be for clout mentality. Yeah, that's kind of it, isn't it, Asjan? I think there's no harm in people who are able to put out that speed posting. Why would you not post? I would post every day if I could post every day if I was finishing models. 100% would, and that. But I think it's the sometimes there are people who, and I've seen it before. I've unfollowed people on Instagram and YouTube and a couple on TikTok who are like, if you're not painting every day, you are not hobbying correctly. And deadly seriously meaning it. It's that same as if you're not at the gym every day, are you even gaining? There is that whole kind of level of it, isn't it? For it. But I think most people are good eggs and just post when they can. And that's kind of it. But so never. In conclusion, don't put pressure on yourself. Enjoy your hobby. Ooh, the old Fat Packs were great. I mean, the bundles now aren't too bad. I've got a Laura and Eclipse bundle at some point to open. Wait, nobody's redeemed me Cardboard Kraken today, have they? Well, I haven't missed it, have I? No, we've had Daily Beans. Daily Beans. Now we're good. I was thinking I'm going to make sure I hadn't missed one. I should have gone to the gym today, but I finished work a bit late, and that's okay. That is completely okay. You'll get them when you can. No, you'll do it when you can, and there's no harm in it. You're good. You're all good. There's so much pressure, isn't it, on people sometimes. In conclusion, we should all just chill and have a party. End of story. I do the bundles aren't too bad now. I did pick up a Laura and Eclipse bundle. Or 2. That's one thing I'm trying to do at the minute on my socials. One of my challenges for the year is I've set myself a challenge when I want to open at least 1 pack a day and film it. To try and get myself into the habit of posting content on the daily regular. I need to do actually I've got 2 semi-finished 2 I've filmed but I haven't edited Magic the Gathering content videos for YouTube going up at some point. I might open my other Laura Impact before I start admin. Hell yeah, Verity. Our pack today was actually a Laura and Eclipse collector booster for Laura and Eclipse release day. I do enjoy going to pre-releases. And that constructed format's always so limited format's so much fun. This is so small. I bought a second Hexing Squelcher. Nice pull. Nice. Yeah, they don't do the Fat Packs technically anymore. They now just do bundles. Oh, I'll show you what a bundle looks like. Oh, I've got a bundle. I'll show you a bundle. Bundle! So it's basically the same as a Fat Pack. It's just been basically renamed to a bundle. So you get 9 packs, a dice, the same style box, same shape and everything, a bunch of land, and a promo card. So, yeah, still get the bundles. So you still get them technically. They're just now called bundles. I've got, and you get other versions of it. So you get like gift bundles. So I've got a Chocobo Final Fantasy one over here. So you can still get the bundles. They're reasonably priced. Where do you get them from? They're about, this was, what, 40? For 9 packs? And land, and you get a bonus promo card, so it wasn't too bad. So, yeah. Let's go put it back. They should bring back the Deck Builder's Toolkit. I did like the deck. Is that the Deck Builder's Toolkit, though? Is that effectively now the starter sets or the foundation bundles? You know, the ones that are like the beginner boxes. That similar sort of vein, I think. Or two, yeah, or two. I gotta stock up on packs ready to create more Magic content, right? That's what I've got to be doing. I have to do that. That's it. I have to. It's not even like a... Yeah. I finished painting the blue armor. It looks so good. I can't wait to start adding the details. Hell yes. I was disappointed they've stopped stamping the promos. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of like... It is a bit of an odd choice. And I'm not sure... I think it's a thing, isn't it? Where they've... It's from this bundle on, this pre-release. It was, wasn't it? It was they've stopped doing it. I feel it's weird because they started doing, back when I went to pre-releases at the start, like when I was doing Magic more regularly, I was very much doing. I liked the fact that they had the date, like the weekend on it. Then they just kind of started doing a smaller one. Then it was just like a symbol, and then they've kind of stopped with the symbol. I think they were just. I think it's a way for them to kind of cut costs, I suppose. They don't have to do a secondary set of printing, a separate sheet, where they're going to put the stamp and things like that. But I agree, though. It's like that they now don't put Commander sample packs, collector sample packs in the Commander decks. Which kind of sucks. I'm like, meh. I kind of enjoyed having the little, like, 2-card collector booster when you buy a Commander deck. I did enjoy that. So I'm kind of sad that stopped. Dark Ascension, though. Such a great set. A bunch of land for £40. An amazing deal. That's what we do, right? My deck is... I do have a Commander deck that is 97 land. No. 97? 98 land. 98 land. 98 land, 1 card, and my Commander. As well as 4, it's all the land. It is good fun. It is silly memes. I got a Flitterwing Nuisance as my rare. It looks cool, and that's all I know. Ooh, is that the... Oh, hold on. Flitterwing Nuisance. Why do I know? That's the... Did I have that? Did I use that in my pre-release? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Is that the... Ow. Fudge it. Is that the... Why is my brain not thinking that? Is that the blue flying fairy? Is that the blue flying fairy, Verity? That's really cool. That's very cool. I think it's like a 1-drop, isn't it? It's like one island. Or is it 2, 1 and 1? Yes. I like all the fact they brought out all the fairies and there's more elves and Kithkin and stuff in this one. I think so. Yeah. 98. Yeah, 98 land. So, the whole purpose of the deck is to bring out my commander, which is, he's a 5 cost. And then draw the, oh, where's he go? I can't remember. Hold on. I'm going to grab it. You got me talking about magic. I mean, it's Friday night. I got to talk about magic, right? Friday night magic. Hello, Milkshake. Oh, he's just gone through my legs in the room. Oh, hey, buddy. Milkshake, little guy. You coming in? Oh, look, we got Milkshake joining us, chat. Hello. Hello. Hey. Hello, little guy. Hello. Look who's here, everybody. It's Milkshake. This little guy, he was in my video today for opening packs. He helped me choose which collector booster to open. He is very opinionated. He's like, I'll fight you all. Move out of your way. Meow. Hello. You being a little loud boy today? You being loud? Yeah. The Magic Origins was, you bought a toolkit around. Ooh, that's a cool one. The true streamer has arrived. He has indeed. He 100% has. Hello, buddy. But yeah, this is my 98 land commander deck. In beautiful pink sleeves. And the whole purpose is around 2 cards. Let's switch back over here. The whole purpose is 2 cards. Those 2 cards are the Commander, Tannock, and the Cultivator Colossus. And effectively what happens is I get Tannock, sorry, it's the 3 cost. So I get Tannock out. I have to wait till turn 7. And basically to hope I have this in my hand. So if Tannock is out, and I play this, and nobody counters it, I can pretty much win the game. Because he is, whenever a land I control enters, he deals a damage to each opponent. If it's the second time this is resolved, draw a card. That's useful, but not the main part of it. It's the first part. And this card is, when this creature enters, I may put a land from my hand onto the battlefield tapped. And if I do, I draw a card and repeat this process. So as long as this guy doesn't get countered, he enters, and I get to play a land from my hand. I play a land from my hand. It deals 1 damage to everybody. I draw a card and repeat the process. And when all I have... Milkshake, what are you doing? What are you pouring at the camera? And all I have is 98 different lands. All I'm going to draw is lands. So most of the time I can win. It's a stupid meme deck. It's only won like 3 times out of like the dozen times I've played it. But it's so funny. That is my very much, I'm just going to turn my brain off in this moment and not pay attention to the game. Oh, hey, buddy. Hello, little milkshake. I need to get my 97 waste deck built. Yes, do it. Do it. Hello. Milkshake's headbutting me. Little guy. Yeah, all I need is the waste is surprisingly hard to get a hold of. Hey, buddy. Are you trying to headbutt me while I'm trying to do some painting? Is that what you're doing? You being a little cutie? I have to admit, Milkshake headbutting me while I'm trying to paint a tiny mini is not probably the best time for me to be painting a tiny mini. Hey, buddy. This is like a challenge painting. Milkshake set the challenge. Oh, little guy. So I got up. Someone putting up a chat. This guy, all he wants is love. Look at him making them little murder mittens. Look at these little murder mittens. Murder mittens right here. Yeah. Yeah, little buddy, you doing okay? Yeah. Yeah. Oh. But no, I'm very much enjoying making Magic content. When I first set up my YouTube channel, before I ever streamed on Twitch, my whole thing was I did trading card pack openings for it. At the time, I just couldn't keep up with it financially, where I was like constantly buying stuff for every video. I just couldn't do it. Whereas like now, I've unintentionally built up a backlog of Magic, so it is giving me the ability to do my pack a day. I still had to top it up every now and again with new stuff, so it's quite useful. But yeah. Hey, buddy. Oh, hello. You being a loud man? This little guy. What's up? You being opinionated? Bless him. But yeah, if you do want to see me crack open packs of Magic every day, and also check out my socials as well. Do it. Check out my socials. ! Socials in the chat. Or YouTube if you just want to subscribe to my YouTube channel. It helps. And let's fill these in here. Yeah, no, this is the I keep saying to myself, like, I've been saying for a long time, oh, I'm going to get back to posting content all the time. And I'm like, no. I'm making myself do it. Like, in a positive way. It's actually been quite nice. It's been times where it's been really hard. And I've posted, like, 1 minute to midnight or whatever. And that's fine. That's fine. That's okay. Hey, buddy. Hello, I'm sorry. I didn't give him fusses when I put my hand near him. But yeah, trying to do good at kind of posting on the regular. As soon as I picked it up, Milkshake just headbutted me, and I was like, oh, no, it's gone. Hey, buddy. Hello. You being a little cutie attention seeker right now? You guys hearing this? He's so close to the microphone. Just meowing away, little guy. Hey, buddy. Yeah, I'm trying to get back into the habit of making much more regular content. Obviously, I'm still doing the 3 streams a week, which is really good. So, obviously, I'm trying to... shorts are an easy way for me to kind of still be getting content out. And then I'm trying to do a little bit more long-form content on the social media, on the platforms. YouTube mainly. See if that helps. Just was like, yeah, I want to keep going. Keep growing. Keep going. Feel like I finally got myself into a semi-mentally health okay place. Where I can keep doing it. Semi. Being the term on that one. Semi okay. Yeah, I'm doing okay. But yeah. And I think he heard me sneeze, hence the wah. Oh, Shakeums. Like, wah. He was like, no, Mama's sneezing. Not the sneezy mama. The response then, did you hear that? I'm trying to pick out as much of this model's details as I can. So small. Even though he's going to be submerged in resin, I'm still wanting him to look cool. Whoa. Right. Okay. I think in he goes. Yike. That went wrong. It's like, yike. So imagine resin. What did I miss when I had an app? Yeah, I've decided. I'm going to try and see if I can put this guy as kind of a dead body at the bottom of the jar. And then submerge the bottom of the jar in water. So water effect, so resin. That's what I've decided. I don't know if it's going to work, but let's find out. Guys, you ready for this? Let's see how this goes. You guys are getting all the POV shots today. Oh, hey, buddy. Do you want to go on the shelf? On the window? There you go. I'll move all this out of the way for you. Okay, there you go. Onto the shelf you go. Onto the shelf. Onto the windowsill. You can go on the windowsill if you want. That's Milkshake. Hide your butt. Milkshake, this is a family-friendly adjacent stream. My butt is family friendly adjacent. I feel that was his response. Okay, so that's the as we stand at the minute, that's the base of it. I'm going to take a picture of this as before the resin. Let's go. I'm excited for this. Milkshake in his cat butt. Hello. I know what he's hunting for. He's hunting for some scrumbles. That's what he wants. He knows that when he comes in the room, he gets treats. There you go. Go on the window ledge for him now, so you can explore a bit. Okay, so we're gonna try this. We're gonna try and make a watery-esque effect on this guy by pouring in some UV curable resin. Before I do that though, I need to take a very nice soft bristled paintbrush and just get all of these little bits of the dust and everything off the side.
I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny.
Thank you for that. I know that the auto mod picked up the word butts. Okay, Milkshake. So for this, I am using some UV clear resin from Green Stuff World. I'm just gonna see how this goes. This wish us luck. I don't know if this is gonna work. Squidging that in there. I probably should have done this in stages rather than one massive pour, but there we go. I've not done this before. There's a bubble, so I can pop that bubble. Nope, can't quite pop the bubble. What can I pop the bubble with? A file. Bubble popped. Oh, there's another bubble forming over here. There, the bubble's popped. Now one of the rocks is actually floating, which isn't what I wanted. I wanted it to be submerged. So my big worry about this is, by curing it, am I going to crack the jar? Are you going to colour the resin anyway? Probably could have done that, but I definitely didn't think that through. So it's kind of like a... I want it to kind of submerge to hold all the sand and everything at the base in place. Do a little bit more as it's kind of sinking. Okay. Ooh. I could color a top. I immediately, as soon as I need to read chat before I start doing stuff. You guys are coming up with good ideas, and I'm like, huh? Right. So the question now is, and this is my biggest worry. If I cure this, am I going to shatter the glass? Because it's going to heat and it's going to expand. I'm really hoping not. A lot of that is floating, which is not what I wanted. I'm going to have to start pushing all that back down. Oh, I'm going to have to slightly change the camera angle so I've got a better move about. This is surprisingly old. Didn't think about a lot of this floating around with it all being cork. Where did I put my napkin? There it is. This is interesting. I'm like, I don't know. Should be okay as long as there's a large hole to let the heat out. Maybe not. Yeah, as long as a bit of the top's going to be fine, it should be alright. Wait, there's a turret slot. What is this? Oh, I've done this wrong. Oh man, I can't believe this. Oh no, this is the underside of my truck. What has happened? What has happened, Rusty? Are you okay? Yeah, maybe smaller ladders would have been better. That's the way we live and learn. That is it. That is true. There's just lots of bubbles. I'm trying to pop. Okay, I think that's probably enough. Try and... Okay, so I'm going to put it in my... Do I put it in my full curer? I'll try curing it with this. Probably need to go... No, you know what? No, I'm going to do. I'm gonna put it in my proper cure machine. Bear with me. I thought I'd messed up this Achilles ridge one. Oh, God. But look, you thought you did. It sounds like you didn't, though, so that's the upside, right? Right. That's a concern. Why are you not turning on? Oh, no. Now I'm trying to figure out why my... Now I'm going to try and figure out why my thing's not turning on. I'm like, what is happening here? Switch that around. You guys can still see me then. I think I'm over here. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why this isn't turning on. That's not a good sign. I feel like I need a second camera, like, up over here somewhere, so when I switch to this view, and I'm doing stuff on the printers. Right. And I think I have unintentionally unplugged something. When I was faffing the other day, I think I've unplugged the wrong thing. I'm now trying to find the right plug. There it is. It's over there, that's fine. Oh. Sorted, I think. Nope, not yet. Ow. I don't know what fell, that hurt though. Which plug are you? I don't know which plug it is, but they're all plugged in properly, but it seems to not like it. What plug did not go in? Oh, that one. The plug I thought I plugged in. In you go. Found it. Ah, no. In me finding it, I've just knocked over a load of other stuff. It's fine. We're all good. Whew. Success! Ish. So it may have caused a slight explosion of stuff. Okay. Right. Put you back up here. Stay. The shelf that fell. Okay, so before we do anything, let me just double check I'm happy. I still think there's a lot of stuff in here floating that I'm not overly fond of. But I don't quite know. I've been pushing it down, but it keeps popping back up to the top, so I don't really know what more I can do about that. I think that's where the small layers would have worked a bit more favorably. So I don't think there's anything more I can do except push stuff down and hope.
Science rules.
Kind of get the impression it still would have been an issue even with smaller layers, but would have been far more manageable. Science rules! I realised I wasn't in the right area. Yeah, if you guys can see how much of that is actually like floating in random places. Yeah, everything I'm kind of pushing down is immediately coming back up, which is a bit annoying. Maybe I should have glued stuff in first. And this is just a random experimental model. No wonder people have such like stresses when they're doing stuff for like Golden Demon and things. Sheesh, I couldn't handle that pressure. That's coming up soon, isn't it? Golden Demon? Like the Adepticon one? That's not too far away. Right. Into the curing machine you go, and I hope you don't shatter. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. It's in. It's in now. Oh no! Ow! The stuff that fell over, I just put my foot in a tub of bits. Oh, my lordy, what am I doing? Causing chaos, that's what I'm doing, chat. Hold on, there's something out. Yeah. So many bits. Okay, I think I sorted it. Hey, buddy. Milkshake's looking at me like, Father, why are you causing so much chaos? Why are you not just chilling out, man? Just chill out. Stop stressing. So, there you go. If anyone wants to see what I'm staring at off to the side. Hold on, mate. I'm going to have to flip you over. That over there. It's in there. It's rotating. We gotta hope and pray. Thoughts and prayers, everybody. Thoughts and prayers. Sort my camera out. That's better. Whew! There we go. It feels weird now. My camera's on the wrong side. I'm gonna move my camera back. Oh no, I'm cool. Want stuff out. Okay, I'm back. Hey! Ooh. Thank you for the biddies, Verity! I'm hoping it's going to be okay. I'm very nervous. Yeah, okay, so smaller layers would have been the way to go. So I'm semi-tempted to maybe already see how this one turns out and maybe look at picking up another red jar and having another go with something else. But for now, we've got to think about the other side of this, which is using these like kind of bits of like cork and various things to hold models on it. So I've got to pick which models are going to fight the guy who's escaping. This is the guy who's escaping. That's fine, we've picked him. So we now got do over him. Shrimp redeeming the pets for the Shake'ems. Milkshake, what are you using? Why are you using that as a pillow? You guys seeing this? That cannot be comfortable, little buddy. That cannot be comfortable, little man. How is that comfortable? That is a very large miniature. That does not look comfy at all. No, man. What are you doing, little man? Boop. Can I not move that? Will you not let me move it? As he rests his head on it more. Little silly sausage. What are you doing? You get me clean the gunk out your eyes after stream? Yeah? Yeah. He's like full on, all of his weight is on that random miniature that's under his head. Avian! You tuned in for the give pets moment. Yes! More pets. More. 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 How are we, Avian? I hope you're well. More pets. Oh, he's gonna nip me in a minute. He's like, nah, too many pets, father. You can see his head getting ready for it. Toefist, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Boop. Hello. All the pets. Hello, buddy. Hello. Yeah. How are we all doing? Toefist, Avian, welcome in. How are you both? I hope you're well. Tuned in at the perfect time for Milkshake to get some little fussy wusses. Yeah. Oh, the murder mittens are out now. Little murder mitten. Whoop. 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 Oh, Lord, he's fighting. He's scrapping. Boop. Oh, he's fighting me. He's fighting me. He's waving to you all. Hi, everybody. Hi. Why is it Milkshake? That cannot be comfortable as a pillow. He's like, give me my pillow back. Oh my god, what is that emote? That's fantastic. Yeah, yeah. You gotta fight me. Milkshake, you've got a whole extra part of your bed here that you could be laying on. But no, you picked to lean on the desk. You want to get booped for chat? Oh, no, he's fighting me. He's fighting me. Yeah, no, his little dramatic ways. Boop. The tail's going. He's like, I'm lulling you. Look at me. Look how sleepy I am. Look at my tail. Like I'm just relaxing. You a bit overstimulated. Same. I know, bless him. He just wants to sleep, the little guy. It's okay, I'm just moving that out your way. It's just my headphones. It's just the controller for my headphones. I'm just moving it so you've got more space. See? He's like, nah, I'm not happy now. You moved my thing. Just you wait, father. I will get you when you sleep. Yeah. Little guy. Although, did you guys hear in the middle of all that Milkshake fighting, I heard a dink dink, which means that the curing machine is done, which means our little glass resin in the glass jar might be ready. I'm just going to check it. I'm still here. I'm just off camera. Just going to check it and see if it's solid. If it's not solid, it'll go back in. Oh, it's very warm. Okay, so it's fairly solid. I'm going to give it a minute to cool down because it is very warm. Now I want to know if there's any way to poke some of this again. But I think it's pretty solid though at this point. It's been in the big curer. Feel at this stage, I'm probably not going to be able to poke anything back into where it needs to be. Now that is. You guys hear that? This is how solid this is. That is solid. Okay, so there's definitely a lot more bits in here floating that I would have liked. But not impossibly bad. So there we go. I'm a bit sad that though, because of all the stuff that's floated up, you can't really see the Space Marine. Unless you're looking at it really closely. But hey, that is what it is. You can see it from the top down, which is kind of fun. Do a bit of a zoom. I'll pop that there. Will it focus? The light is making it difficult. can kind of see the Space Marine. So, future us will use layers. Yeah, future us definitely needs to use layers. Layers, or at least maybe stone instead of cork. That is really warm to the touch, though. So, and it still looks like some of the stuff in it hasn't quite set. So I'm going to put it back in the curing machine for a bit longer. Just because it looks like some of it in the middle is still not quite set, and I don't want that exploding on me. So it's going back in for another couple of minutes. There we go. Awesome. So there we go. It's tootling along. We're getting there. Like I said, this is all a big experiment, so I'm enjoying it, though. It's exciting. So I've now got to figure out... So if the idea is this guy is going to be escaping out the top, there's a dead one of his colleagues in the water. Who's he fighting? Who are the salamanders fighting? Iron Warriors? Iron Warriors could be kind of fun to fight them. Yeah, I feel like the Salamanders and Iron Warriors, they would have fought at some point. Let's go with Iron Warriors. They could do Word Bearers, but Iron Warriors. So let us grab all of these guys. Let's grab these off here. Snip. So there's going to be a Terminator, a rocket launcher guy who will want him to be firing the rockets. So that's going to be kind of fun. And then maybe one of these guys will be a dead guy. So he gives me a spare backup then. Because I want him, as he's like kind of shooting out, I want him to have melted one of these guys quite aggressively, like with a... So I kind of need to heat up like at the end of like a screwdriver or something and just push that through one of the models so it looks like he's been hit by like a plasma burst. Because this guy's rocking a plasma pistol. So, okay. So what I've got to do now, it might sound weird. I know I've just snipped them off something. This might sound really odd. I'm now going to snip them off their ground bits of bases. Their round bits in the middle. File that down. Then glue them back onto the sprue with a touch of super glue in order to paint them. Sounds a bit backwards, but it's going to work. I hope. So. I hope so, anyway. How are we all doing there this evening? What are we all getting up to? Huh. Let's get that on there. Tiny little marines. Tiny little guys. It's a weird noise. Just heard a weird noise and I was like, is that the thing or is there something happening outside? I'm like, what's happening? Looking at buying 92 wastes. Ooh, that's probably... I can imagine that's not going to be that cheap. Or more expensive than you think to get wastes. I don't think I've got enough spares. I don't think I've got any laying around to be able to trade in with you. Matt, pound of waste. Ooh. I'm like, surely there's a better way to get wastes. I'm trying to think if there was there ever any in the old like deck builders toolkits you were talking about? Did they ever come with wastes or were they just lands? Oh, actually, try I think wastes. They think they had wastes in the Final Fantasy set. We know Savior opened up about 4 or 5 boxes of Final Fantasy. It might be worth seeing if he's got any up for trades first. That might at least help reduce down the 92. Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one, isn't it? There's so many of them. I finally bit the bullet and bought a Wasteland. Ooh, I pulled one from one of the Final Fantasy sets a while ago, which was really nice. Not Final Fantasy. I bought it from the Fallout collector boosters a while back, and I was like, ooh, precious Wasteland. Then it now sits on the side as I'm like, I don't know what deck to put this in. I pulled 5 from the Final Fantasy set. Okay, so that take you down. That's the 97, don't you? So that's 92. You might get lucky if you can get a few more. Basically, you need to ask 92 people for 1 waste. Dun, dun, dun. The only downside is that it's the goofy-looking Secret Lair version with the Catman on it rather than any of the classic artworks. Oh no! I mean, I don't even know if I know what that one looks like. I'm like, intriguing. Let's heard a loud thud from outside. You okay, Verity? I haven't heard a response in a few minutes. I'll go check on her. I feel like she's just moving stuff around. Yeah. Speaking of Secret Layers, are you guys hoping to grab some of the stuff from the Fallout Secret Layer on Monday? Feel like not that fussed because it's never been my huge franchise, so I'm not hugely fussed. What was that? Loud crunch. The World Shaper precons came with, wait for it, wait, what did it come with? 1 waste? 5 wastes? No wastes? One wastes, just the one. Hold on, I was gonna go check on Verity, make sure she's okay, because I heard a thud. You okay? Oh, I heard a thud, and then it was like I was talking on stream, saying like I heard a thud from outside, but I haven't heard from her in a minute. I'll go check. Verity's okay. Not sure what the thud was. Might have just been me hearing things. Here, 1 waste. Screw you, Wizards of the Coast. Only the 1 wastes. Right. Ugh. The beeping has finished. Let me grab the chappy. Whoop. Oh. No. Dropping things. Need to find 92 people who bought it wanting to part with it. That feels doable. It feels like way clearer now. I feel like AP Justice is a good shout. They've been magicking longer than any of us. Yeah, that's nowhere near as warm as it was before, which makes me think all the heat is now burnt off. Okay. So I think we're kind of there. It's kind of hard to see because of how where I've got the light. Oops. Just don't mind me smashing my camera everywhere. Milkshake's giving himself a good clean. We only ever bought 1 secret layer for the unique version of Teferi's puzzle box in it. Ooh. Ever since that Legolas experience. Oh no! Sticking to buying singles. That's fair. I've bought... the first one I ever bought was actually the Baldur's Gate 3 sets. The Astarion and Karlach. Really enjoyed those. Really enjoyed those. And then I bought a couple since, but not many, I guess. I say not many, depends on what you think is not many, I suppose. But some nice stats, nice stuff in them. I think there's some nice ones. Some of them, they're a little bit like, eh. But I think it all comes down to personal taste, isn't it? I like the... I've always been tempted by the ones that have the really nice full art lands. But the only downside with those is, like, I'm always like, they're always quite expensive for what they are. And I'm like, I feel like my brain is like, I don't want to pay too much for land. But some of the artists that put the really nice artwork on it is like, ooh. So, yeah. I do enjoy them folding in, like, I to be fair, though, I think one of the ones I really wanted to buy was the, when they did the Warhammer crossover, Secret Layers. They did Blood Bowl and Age of Sigmar Secret Layers. But they misspelt one of the cards, which is quite funny. And they now go for a ridiculous amount of money, which is crazy. Yes, this one. So they they have Neve Black Talon, Galmaraz, came with Blind Obedience, which has Nagash on it, which is awesome. The Star Drake, of course, and then Archeon the Everchosen. Yeah, that was the one that had the miss. But this was back when they came in the black boxes. They only come in like envelopes now. So, so it's a bit of an odd one, but yeah, they spelled Archeon wrong, which is a bit odd. There's an E in it, which shouldn't be there, which is always a shame. I wasn't sure if the color I was going to use for the detailed work, and now I'm getting really excited. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm excited. I'm excited for the hype. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Will we see it Sunday, or do you think it'll be a next week showcase thing? I have 3 cards from one layer coming: the Wasteland, the Vesuva, and the Obnixis the Fallen. Ooh, Obnixis is great. Ooh. I promised Banzai Kiwi that I'll sit in the queue for him, as I feel they'll go as quickly as the Final Fantasies. That's fair. That's fair. Shh, you'll summon a very angry Savior Anarchy. It is just like, come on, somebody must approve this, right? The artwork on them, I love the artwork. They got the artworks on it's fantastic. Like the Nagash is stunning. What a great version of Blind Obedience. So they go for a lot of money now though, like in the second-hand market, which is kind of crazy. I do kind of miss though when they used to come in the like the little black boxes rather than the envelopes. I was like, oh. So. Oh no, this is gonna take a few weeks. Oh, that's fair. Okay, cool, that's fair. I was like, don't rush it. Don't rush it now. Oh, excuse me. There's a big yawn. As my brain was like, big yawn. Trying to work out. Where's my brain? My brain right now is like, da 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 da. Yeah. So I've been going for over 2 hours and I've not had a break. That's probably why I'm yawning. I need to go grab myself a cup of coffee. So I'm going to grab a coffee, and when we come back, we're going to crack on a little bit more with this tiny diorama. So we'll see you in a few. We'll see you in a mo. Grab this, use the opportunity, grab a snack, grab a drink. You know the deal. We'll see you in a sec. what's going on here. There's a whole load of crab waves happening in the chat. Can we get a oh, there's crab raving going on here. How are we all doing, everybody? I hope we're doing alright. Milkshake has decided to leave the room, which is fair. I mean, if he doesn't want to be in here, it's fair. You can grab a rave if that's what you need, but not sure where you would purchase one, but we can make it work. It's been a long day. Let's just crab rave. Thank you for the 65 stream streaks out of 10. Much appreciated. And where are we at? I've just dropped a little sneak peek in the whip. Little sneaky peek. Sneaky peek in the whippity woobobs. Ooh. Little sneaky whippy there. Ooh, I'm intrigued. What colour are you going to do the... What colour are you going to do the feathers? I feel like something super vibrant is where my brain's going to. I think either super vibrant or super subtle. I'm trying to think which way around. I'm feeling like something quite shocking, like... thinking I was going to match the white to match the wing wings. I think that'd be a good shout. White will do really nice. White with a very thin down blue wash. Like I'm talking like Drakenhof Nightshade or like almost a glaze, like a really whisper of it, because it's gonna, that blue is gonna make the white pop and it's gonna tie in with the rest of the blue of the model. I think that's it. That's gonna be nice. I'm excited to see this. Excited. There's some really nice texture on those cloth as well. That's really, really nice. Testament to your printing skills. Hells to the yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of sad that all of these things have popped out. I'm wondering actually if I did. Maybe I should use that to my advantage. Maybe I should make like a splash or something in here. Maybe I should use this to my advantage. And where he's landed in, it's like a splash, like a... And it's like pushed all the other stuff up the side. So what if I did a... Because it kind of dimples a little bit in the middle. If I made a splash zone. Maybe that'll work. Give me a bit of resin there just to tinker with. I'm going to think now. Thinking of like, can I cause some ripples here? The hard part is trying to do it all simultaneously, so I get like a little splash all the way around. It's going to be interesting to see if I can do this. Trying to think if I can do this as a splash area. He's got like ripples and stuff going on where he's landed. I'm thinking this might work. It's kind of the first ripple stage. Got to keep building this up little by little. See if I can do this. Ah! Ooh, dropped my little thing I was using to mess with the resin. I think I have a paintbrush. See if that's going to work. Okay, so I'm kind of making like a nice ripply textured on here now. So it looks like the way he's landed, it's been a bit of a splash. The hard part now is actually creating the splash itself from where he's landed. I want the water to kind of rise up a little bit. I'm trying to think the best way to do that might be... wondering if I kind of... what if I poured it down this stick and then pull it out at the same time. Okay, there's a lot of experimenting here. We're going to see if this works. Just this droplet's going to run down the stick in theory, hopefully. Might have done it a bit too high. Come on, you. Keep going. Okay, I may have done it a bit too high up the stick. It's just now it's a waiting game. It's getting there slowly. Can I heat this? If I put the UV light on the metal stick, will it heat it? I don't know. Trying to think, will this work? It's very slowly getting there. Come on, you're almost there. It's like it really doesn't want to do this final part. Come on, you. Come on. I'm being very impatient, but I don't think that's going any further. That hasn't moved in the last few seconds. I'm just like, wait a minute, that's not moved. 1 second here. Ooh, right, let's try this again. This time, if I put it further down, it might be a bit easier. So the droplets landed and... oh no, didn't quite get the droplet effect I wanted. Come on. That'll do, I think. Just give that sit that there for a second, and then I'll show you guys what it's done and whether it looks okay. I may have ruined this very broken needle that's become a very useful tool, but it's very useful. Thank you for recommending me to get the metal paint wells Element Buddy. They're very for the enamel paint. Yes, yeah, I've been using them myself. It's a good job you found those ones there though, because I've been using mine myself for the oils that I did on my Necromunda stuff. Yeah, I feel like that was a tip from Maggots. Maggots, when he was first talking about. When I said about first I wanted to try oils, he was like, "You gotta get these. They're so needed." I was like, "Oh, okay." Yeah. There goes the little splash. Kind of feel like that kind of works a little bit. It's a very singular, like, it's gone sort of splash element of it, but I feel that looks kind of cool. Like all the ripples where he's landed. You can kind of be like, what is in there? Oh wait, there's a space marine in there. Wait a second. Kind of, you can kind of see it. That's what I'm thinking. That might be what's caused all the stuff to be disturbed. It's my vibe anyway. That's what I'm going with. And I think a few little flecks actually on there of Valhalla Blizzard might create suds. Now, do I have any Valhalla Blizzard? That's the question. Storm Shield. Storm Shield. Oh no, do I not have any Valhalla Blizzard? That's a surprise. I thought I would have had some. How are you getting on with your enamel paints though, Super Weasel? I'm excited to see what you're doing with them. Really hyped. I want to see. Show me what you got. Well, it really surprises me I don't have any Valhalla Blizzard. And do I have any? I think I have some snow somewhere in here. Okay. What's the alternative to Valhalla Blizzard? I don't think I have the ones from Vallejo. I could have sworn I had Valhalla Blizzard. I did a whole ice army. There it is. It's behind here. It's behind Oryx. Oryx was protecting it. Because I don't want the snow. Hopefully it's still okay. It's been a while since I've used this. I feel like this would be better with a brush rather than the end of this nib. It's a brush that's a little bit beaten up. That'll do. Yeah, when in doubt, grab a beaten up brush. I think this kind of creates like a sudsy style from the ripples. Like when it lands and you get those like... It looks a little bit too snowy maybe. Have you got any white pigment powder? I don't actually. That would have been a good shout. Yeah, that would have been a good shout. I think this blob here is just a bit too big. It's want a bit more flex. I think that kind of does the job. What do you reckon? Looks like he's kind of fallen in. I think I want to kind of do a bit more of a ripple effect with the with this stuff. Oh no, I messed up. No, right at the last minute I slipped. I just don't want it being super smooth. Oh no, I need to figure out... No, I've messed up at the last minute. No, because I've smudged it down the side. No, how do I get the smudges off? Alcohol? A bit of white spirit? Yo. work? Well, I definitely wiped it off. I don't know if it's now going to impact the rest of the consistency of everything. Oh no! This is a danger moment. I'm like, must fix issue. Must fix issues. Kind of very ripply. Sorry, I was very quiet then because my mouth was there. I had the torch in it. I wanted it to look a little bit more like shaken up, basically, from the top down. I'm not sure if this has solved the issue or if I've just not really sorted anything. Some cool effects on that guy, though. The whisper of a... If I can get those off. I can. I'll be able to use it for something. Oh, awesome. Sweet. That peeled off there really well. I can use that probably as a splash effect. It's just made a bit of a mess around the edges there. I don't think it's too bad. I think from the top down it looks a lot more like a splash. Just trying to work out whether or not this would look really cool on top of the splash pin. Can I get it to sit on there? That's the big question. It could be very cool. Look a bit better, do you think? Do you think that bigger splash looks better? Or do you think I should go with the smaller splash drop? That's not glued on yet. That's just sat there. Trying to work out. Could do that as a much larger splash. I think the bigger looks better, more evident. Okay. Cured. It's going in. Then I can still put a little bit of the sudsy stuff on it. And everything else is a bit rippled. We're in. That's it. We committed now. This is wild. This is a really fun, random little project. I'm like... I was like, gonna add some resin to this. Right? Doom. That should be more than enough cured now. I'm going to grab that same paintbrush from before that I used the white spirit with. I'm just going to wipe the inside of this jar down. Just give that a bit of a rinse. It looks a little better now. Yes. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so next up. So we've got the big splash. So the Space Marine's submerged. Never to be seen again. That Space Marine is now in there. As we can see. He's in the jar. Splish, splish. Face down. He's fallen in. He's got the splash. I'm trying to show you guys the inside of the jar. That's the inside part. So you can you can't really see him from the top. It's more if you look from the side, you can see that something splashed. So I kind of want it to draw your eye. So then you kind of go, wait, what's happened in there? So then you start looking at like what's happened. That's kind of my goal. And you'd be like, wait a minute, what? And then you'd be like, wait a minute. There's a marine. I feel like the bush may not have been the right choice. I feel I shouldn't have put the bush in, but oh well. This is very much we're doing a lot on the fly. Let's grab a little bit more of this Valhalla Blizzardy sudsy stuff. Don't need a lot. Just to flick out a few bits on here. Cool. Right, okay, done. Resin, done. Woohoo! Okay, next parts. Gotta repaint the Marines. That's the next bit. I've got to repaint a couple of these Marines, which should be fairly straightforward. Because if we're going to go... I feel like Iron Warriors could be kind of cool. That kind of dark, gritty Iron Warriors versus Salamanders feels pretty... Sounds like a thing that happened during the Heresy. I mean, I know it happened during the Istaban, but feel like that's going to be kind of fun. I think after that, I deserve myself a spooky orange Oreo. Spooky. What snacks is everybody rocking tonight as well? What snacks we all got, guys? Guys and gals, what snackums? Woo! Oh no, the Oreo nearly broke. Ah! You know we love a good snack watch. And also, I know it's only Friday, but I am really hoping we get Custodes on Sunday. I can't wait to pick up some of those. I really, really can't wait. I'm hoping Heresy Custodes. I feel like we're going to get Cathay and maybe the Corsairs book. Maybe. I don't think we're going to get the Custodes, but I want them. Give me my Custodes. Right, Super Glue. Where did I put you? Super Glue, I choose you. I have got... Where are we at here? Well, I've just finished eating an Easter egg. What was the Easter egg? I feel they're definitely not snack solitaire. I was going to say, I'm hoping there's not more than one. But sometimes needed. Fair, sometimes needed. As someone who struggled most of his adult life with sleep issues and most of his teenage life. Every now and again, sleeping tablet is just what you need to sort yourself out. Just the one, get a solid night's sleep. I don't like taking them very often, if I'm honest. What is sleep? It's that thing that we're really bad at. It's that thing that you used to be really good at, and then you met me and I ruined it for everybody. I think for me, like I dislike taking sleeping tablets so much that I would literally, if I could, I would do a reset instead. We know when you stay up for like 36 hours and then you just crash at your normal time. Like kind of that. I'd rather force myself into a reset sometimes than do it. Because I always feel like with sleeping tablets, I kind of do this. It's 8 hours later. My body feels rested, but mentally I never feel quite rested. But I know they work differently for different people. Dad jokes have been redeemed. Oh, Super Weasel finishing the last of my M&S double chocolate mini rolls. Nice. We finished those off, not yesterday, the day before. Which is good. But there was 2 of us, so it's like kind of, it's one of them. So we finished it in half the time, which feels fair for 2 of us. The Marvelous Creations, the Jelly Bean Bar. Oh, that was a good time. That was a good time. The Marvelous Creations ones. So, dad jokes have been redeemed. Are we having a dad joke off in the chat? Where did I put my super glue yesterday? Also, I've got a giant pot of scorched earth here that's just open. I probably should put the lid on it. Whereas I never took a picture of this, so I'm just document my work as I go. Trying to be good at doing that now. That's actually a really fun picture. I'll show you guys that. I just kind of tried to zoom in to show you guys what it looks like on the inside. Look, if you zoom in real close, you can see the Space Marine inside. From the top down, with a little bit from the side. But I like that one. If you use the ultra wide, you can kind of really zoom in and see that there's a Space Marine in there in resin. So let's head to basically cancel his own dad jokes. Wait, what is happening here? I'm very confused what's happening. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe Solitaire's doing it because I get excited about dad jokes, and the last minute they go, no, none for you, streamer. And I'm like, no! Right. Super glue. Where have I put you? There you are. Okay, so we're going to repaint these guys. Oops, just put my finger in some leftover resin. I didn't realize it was there. Shrimple's getting in on the action now. I feel like I'm worried about what you guys are going to do with your dad jokes all the time. All your points. So many points. It's because twitched. Ow. Right, so I need a piece of sprue, which I have over here. Everyone's getting on that. Luna's getting on the cancelling of the dad jokes. Everyone's like, no, not for you. No soup for you. So I'm doing is I'm just gluing these, attempting to glue these guys onto a bit of sprue, so I've got something I can paint them on. But it's just a touch of super glue, so it should be fairly easy when I'm ready to snap it off. If all goes to plan. I'll need to sit and wait for a sec, and then we can repaint these guys. Tiny little minis. So yeah, I'm thinking the more I think about it, the more I'm like, Iron Warriors or Word Bearers. I feel like Iron Warriors because then I could do Tiny Hazard Stripes as like a kind of a bit of a... Yeah. Space Marines certainly are smaller these days. These are massive. These are huge. I'm just really zoomed out. I have just a really big desk. My desk is huge. You have to be so far away to fully take in the size of my desk. This is only a small section of my desk. These are perfectly normal sized Space Marines. You could say the size of these Space Marines is epic. Drop a little extra glue on some of these. I just heard that and I was like, what is this family-friendly adjacent stream? Talking about the size of my desk. It's huge. Look at it. This is massive. Tiny Hazard Stripes is torture. I know. But would look really cool. I mean, these guys have already got tiny... Look at those. I've done tiny... if you can look at them, actually. I did tiny flames on their power fists. So I feel like Hazard Stripes. Easy. We got this, right? Let's put in a bit of extra glue just to hold that guy on, actually, because these are a little wobbly. Totally not a euphemism. Talking about desks. You guys get your mind out of the gutter in this family-friendly adjacent stream. I'll bonk you on the head with a pack of Magic the Gathering. Bonk. Horny bonk. Just let me talk about the enormity of my desk, okay? It's fine. Right, so I'm thinking now the plan for this guy is using these as like, might sound a bit odd. Using them as like cliff edges. So I'm thinking like, say if we take, come here, not you, don't want you, the other one. So if I take this one here, wonder if I kind of glue it here as a cliff edge, so it looks a little bit more different to just like a piece of cork, even though it is just a piece of cork. Glue that there and glue a couple of those around. I can have a couple of people on it kind of shooting the guy who's kind of jetpacking out there. There's a bit of sprue in there. Where'd you come from, bit of sprue? Get out of here. Don't want you in there. There you go. That's the thing. Pack time! Wait, when did that get redeemed? Okay. Pack time. Oh, lordy. What we got today? We got... Well, I mean, it's Lorwyn release day, right? So Lorwyn feels like the right shout. Okay, so we've got Merfolk. I mean, I was about to say, do you guys want Merfolk, Goblin, or Elf? But I can only offer you 3 Merfolks. Okay, so for today's on-stream pack chat, would you like left, middle, or right? I'll put the poll up now. You guys can choose. Would you like... which pack? Left. Middle. Right. None. Okay, there we go. Done. There you go. So your options are left, middle, right, or none. Go and get a Final Fantasy pack. I feel like you guys have been really enjoying watching me open the Final Fantasy ones on stream, so I was like, I'm going to give you the choice. You have to pick which one you want. I'm intrigued to know which ones, what their results is going to be here. I hope it doesn't end in a tie. That's what I'm hoping it doesn't end in. There we go. Which one are we gonna do? Do. What cards will we get? Will it be good or will it be A little bit channeling my inner Deep Pocket monster there. They came up with the best songs for like pack openings. They really did nail that. You watch, this is going to be better than the one I cracked on my pack a day video yesterday. I can see it. I can just sense it. It's going to be a really good pack, whichever one you guys want me to pick. How long did I do the poll for? I swear I only did it for 2 minutes. Did I do it for longer than 2 minutes? I may have done it for longer than 2 minutes. Damn. Yeah, normally there's like different arts on the packs, but these are all just merfolk. Old man merfolk. That's why you gotta watch all the content to ensure you missed another pack. That's exactly it. You gotta watch all the content. Isn't it frustrating when you know you've watched a painting tutorial but can't remember who did it? Ooh. What was the tutorial? Memory helps. Is it in your history? Is it in your watch history? If it was on YouTube, is it in your previously watched history videos? That saves me so much when I can't remember what I've watched. Yeah, if it was YouTube, try that. Damn. Looks like the left pack at the moment is winning. Which is going to be this one here. This left pack. The little guy hiding like, hey, don't worry about me. Yeah, if it was YouTube newbie, yeah, go to your history of what you've watched. It might be on there, especially if it was recent. We've tied up on everything. Oh lordy. It was on Painting Wings. I can't remember if it was YouTube or Duncan Rhodes. I suppose if it was Duncan Rhodes, you can go into the history of the Academy, I guess. I don't know if they have a history tab on there. I know you can see this full repertoire videos. So, I think. But yeah, YouTube definitely has that, like, what have I watched recently one. So, and the winner is Left Pack. It was Left Pack. 2 people needed to vote right. No, they don't have a history. No. Left Pack is what the one we've gone for today. Okie dokie. Right, are we ready? It is a Lorwyn Eclipsed play booster. The world of Lorwyn has a day and night cycle where people transform to different versions of themselves, and with only a smattering of remembering. It's full of goblins, kithkins, elves, and merfolk, and a few other creatures who shouldn't be there right now. Let's see what we pull. We've got a Elder Auntie. Assert Perfection. A Silver Gill Peddler. Would you like to buy some? I have wares. Would you like to buy them? Tributary Volta. The artwork on this is stunning. This is a great set. Moonglove Extractor. Reckless Ransacking. Dream Caesar. It's such a cool art. It's really nice. That would be a really cool like model diorama of having like a something from Zeech on like the kind of like extracting the thoughts of somebody. Changeling Wayfinder. Changelings. No map, no complaints. That seems fair. Prisma Basher. An elemental. That's what happens when you don't annoy is what happens when you annoy Pumbaa too much. He turns into this rage monster. Wonderbrine Trapper. That's Merfolk Scout. There's a lot of Merfolk in this set, which is a good. I mean, it was a Merfolk pack on the guy on the front that has no bearing of the contents, but I feel like it was channeling it. Rhymekin Recluse. A bit of an ice elemental, and then I think it should be our rare next if we're lucky. Ooh, we have a Gloom Ripper. That's a nice pull. Elf Assassin. Really nice artwork. That's nice. Ooh. I like that one. I will not rest until I have excised the rot from this land. Foil. The Glit Leaf's Embrace. Wow, that's really nice. Yeah, that armor would be really cool on like a Sylvaneth sculpt. The way that the light hits the little like the fireflies going around it, that's fantastic. Kind of makes me think that this is what a wood elf version of the Emperor would look like. Sort of vibe. Whoa. Then we have a full art mountain. Oh, I love the landscapes on this. So nice. They claim it came in clutch at the pre-release. What the Glitleaf's embrace. I can feel that is flashing in enchantment to give it indestructible and trample. It's a good vibe. And then a token. I swear every token I pulled out of this is either a goblin and then a fairy on the back. Goblin. There we go. You guys have fed my cardboard crack addiction. Thank you so much. You watch. One of these days it will be like I'll rip a collector booster or something on here, and then I'll just be like, I'll pull like a serialized 1 of 500 and just be like freaking out. It was YouTube and it was a Warhammer tutorial. Yay! Did the was it Duncan doing an old tutorial? Was that why you thought Duncan? Wait, and a permanent +2/+0? I didn't see that on the card. Ooh, that is nice. That is a nice pull. Right, it seemed fairly... Okay, I mean, that guy's pretty solid. These guys are a little bit... I've just snapped him off. Yeah, I just snapped him off there. I was like, this guy seems a bit... Nope, he's not solid on there at all. Darn it. I just don't want to have to... Okay. Let's try again. Let's try and glue that guy back on again. And we have to do the collector boost after stream, because if you don't film it for content, you'll get good pulls. I mean, fair. That is kind of it. If I don't film it for content, I'll get all the good pulls then. I think if I would be semi-gutted, but also over the moon at the same time, if I ended up pulling like a serialized one off of a video opening. I'm like, just real calm, just like... Not this time, but I have been watching quite a few of his recently. Yeah, he does do really good tutorials. His Custodes armor tutorial is the one I followed pretty much to the letter when they first came out. And I was like, because they came out in the Burning of Prospero Horus Heresy box, which was also... I wonder what that goes for these days, because I never actually played the game, and I have all the stuff for it. The Burning of Prospero box set. I don't know if anybody ever remembers this. Wow, £300 on eBay. I mean, I don't know if it's selling for that. That's the main thing, isn't it? But that's crazy. Because it came with some really cool stuff. Where is it? Did they ever do it? Oh, this was... Wait, do you know how old this Burning of Prospero box is? It's pre-Warhammer Community. Wow, no wonder I can't find an article on it. That's crazy. Where was this? I don't know if anyone ever remembers this. This box. The Burning of Prospero, the Horus Heresy. It was a full game that you could play out of the box. And it came with... a load of, like, Mark III Marines. Came with Zach Araman and, what's his name? The guy whose name I can never remember. Grigor the Fell-Handed, maybe? I think something like that. Then you had, basically loads of stuff. You had Sisters of Silence and Custodes for the first time. I think it was this one here. Dun dun dun. Open that new tab. Oh wait, I don't want my cookie preference. Yeah, it had Sisters of Silence for the first time. It was Grigor the Fell-Handed. And you had Tartarus Terminators in there as well. These were first time in plastic. And I remember I was like, I need this box because I want the Custodes. I need this box. So I bought the whole box, and I've only ever built and painted the Custodes, and I've not done anything with anything else, which is a bit silly. Yeah, it was a whole game you could play. It was a whole game. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to get this painted up, and then that could be a really fun YouTube video. Just like, we're going to play a classic game of the Burning of Prospero. That'd be fun. I mean, I think that would be fun to do. I don't know if that would be fun for you guys to watch. He makes what seems out of reach techniques for simple to understand. He is very good. Duncan is very good at what he does. The whole Warhammer community painting team have always been pretty good with that stuff, I think. Right. Let's get this... these guys painted. Right. So we're going with Iron Warriors. Yeah, I think Iron Warriors over Word Bearers. Let's grab a really dark... Oh, I've already got one on my white palette. Perfect. So I'm going to have to repaint over these. I'm hoping they won't take too much of an issue, me repainting over them. Hopefully it should be fine. In terms of I don't want them to be too clogged up. No, there's too many layers of paint on it. I'm sure it'll be fine. There you are. Jump, 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 bum 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 buena 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 bum bum buena bum bum buena 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 bum 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 bum. Let's cover these in nice dark metal. The aptly named Iron Warriors Metal. I reckon a lot of this I can hopefully just cover the armour. Don't think I necessarily need to repaint the weapons and things, because they're already kind of painted up. This guy's like, wait a minute, I was a salamander a minute ago. Oh, I could have done Alpha Legion, that would have been fun. I mean, to be fair, there's still time after this is dried. Could switch. Let's get this blasted on there. Okay, Iron Warrior 1 starting to show his true colours. But all Space Marines are Alpha Legion. That is true. Everyone is Alpha Legion. Confirmed. Wow. Trying to make sure I'm not putting this on too thick. See, now I've said Alpha Legion, my brain is like, do Alpha Legion. And have these guys transforming out, and it's a whole big betrayal of the Salamanders. You know, kind of do them where they're like, they're disabling their like camo cloaks. And then they're showing that they are actually Alpha Legion. I mean, now I've said that, that sounds really cool. Would that be cool? Is that too... No, it's not too much work. This is a fun little diorama. Let's do it. Okay, I'm pivoting. I'm hard pivoting. I'm pivoting from Iron Warriors to transforming Alpha Legion. Hard pivot right now. So I'm still going to base them the metal, because then I'm going to cover the metal in either a Kellyan green or Terragon turquoise to give me that really nice Alpha Legion armor color. Okay, Cool. I mean, you know, now I'm like, yeah, I'm sold on this. It's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be a really fun idea. My brain can't concentrate on typing words anymore. I'm gonna do Animal Crossing and sip my cold and flu. Oh, bless you, Verity. Please, yeah, rest and chill. One of these poor guys is about to get a heated screwdriver or something, or a Dremel pushed through him to make it look like he's melted. I'm very like, it's gonna be one of them. I don't know which one. It's gonna be one of them. Let's go. The frogs maybe buy him New Horizons today. It's really fun. It's so much fun. New Horizons so much fun. The new update is fun. You get to manage a whole hotel and things, which is kind of fun and cute. So let's go with what have I got accessible? Italian green. Italian green it is. Was that Pterodon turquoise or Italian green? I'll go with Italian green. Feels like a greenish blue. Some of these have dried. Ooh. Never played any Animal Crossing. The only one I've ever played was on the Switch. And it was during lockdown, and it was fantastic. It was very much the wholesome sitting and playing that was needed. Like 100%. It was very much the sitting that was needed. It was great. It was really, really nice. I'm going to pay you back. Yeah, frogs. You know what, frogs? Just for that emotional trauma, no, don't pay shrimp back. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. Damn. Just for the pain and trauma of all that. I'm going to head out for the night. Enjoy the rest of stream and catch you all on Sunday. That is fair. No worries for you, newbie. I will catch you hopefully on Sunday stream. And remember, for anyone who was dipping out shortly, Sunday you want to be in because we are announcing what we're getting up to in February, including February's Painting Palooza theme. Ooh, which I'm very excited for. Oh, dad jokes tried to slip in, and then we're like, no dad jokes, not for you. Okay, it's settling in there. That's drying nicely. Oh, I forgot to snip this guy's. One of these guys, I completely forgot to snip off all the bits that connect his arm to his gun. Oh, dad jokes have tried to slip through again. It's a battle for the dad jokes today. There we go. Oop, need to knock that guy off. We're all good, we're all good. He'll be fine. And I feel like air defense. Is it the power of love? Is it the power of love? It's the power of love. Don't need money. Don't need friends. Don't need a quick out the body trends. I love a bit of Healys. That's a good time. Right, time for the thingy color. Actually, I'm using way too big of a brush for that. I forgot these models are so small. Okay. Nice, easy way to get some quick Alpha Legion-esque vibes going on this. Been a few years since I've watched Back to the Future. It's so good. It's one of those ones that no matter how many times I've seen it, when it's showing on like Channel 4 or BBC 3 or ITV2, whichever random show it's showing on, random channel, it is like, oh yeah, let's leave that on. It's always one of those. It's just so good. I still own the entire trilogy on VHS. Hilariously, I think that's the only way I own it, so I don't think I can play anything. Did you see that there's a Lego DeLorean? They've made a Lego DeLorean now as well. Just so cool. I think it's just awesome. Are you excited for Sunday because of Custodies? I mean, I'm excited for Sunday generally because we're going to announce our new Painting Palooza for February and a few other things for Feb. So I'm very excited about that, but yes, but also Custodies. I'm not going to lie. I'm very hyped if they release the Custodies. I'll be very excited. Because it means that we're going to be painting Custodies in Feb. If you could only have one trilogy between Lord of the Rings and Back to the Future, which one would you keep? Ooh, interesting. Ooh. That's a tough choice. For very different reasons. I feel like they're two very different pieces of media. But I feel like Back to the Future, for me, holds far more significant, like, emotional connection than Lord of the Rings. So I'd be more inclined to lean towards Back to the Future, purely for sentimental reasons. It's a film I loved watching growing up. It brings back and stirs a lot of memories for me, in terms of like childhood and things like that. So I feel I'd be leaning more towards Back to the Future for those reasons. If I was to choose them as just pieces of media and the influence they've probably had in terms of like in the long run, I'd be more inclined to lean towards Lord of the Rings just because it's But yeah, I think for me I'm gonna go Back to the Future because of my connection to Back to the Future. What about yourself, Super Weasel? Luna's gone with Lord of the Rings. What about you, Super Weasel? And everyone else in chat, what would you say for that one? Lord of the Rings or Back to the Future? You could only keep one, the other is erased from history. It's a tough one, isn't it? Lord of the Rings any day of the week, fair. Probably Lord of the Rings. Oh, I think I'm on my own here in the Back to the Future camp. That's fair. That's fair. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer on this. I think the wrong answer is the fact that the question was asked. How dare you make us choose between two fantastic ones? Yeah, where's Natman? Natman will have my back on Back to the Future, I hope. I mean, we might be surprised. It might not be. I feel that's like trying to choose between the Muppets or Sesame Street. Everyone will have a preference. But I feel like for me, it's always going to be the Muppets because I love the Muppets. But then some people are like, but I grew up watching Sesame Street. So it's like, kind of, which one do you go with? What? Okay, so that's them kind of half painted into their kind of transforming. Have as a question of a day on Sunday. We could do on Sunday. Which would you rather keep? Super from Battlefield. We died a lot. Now to painting. And just be cozy. Cozy painting time. Hell yes. I'll throw in a curveball and say Gears of War. Why instead out of trilogies? I suppose technically Gears of War's not a trilogy, though, is it? It's a saga? Wait, we found this definition the other day, didn't we? Me and Verity were talking about it. What defines a saga versus a quadrilogy and kind of onwards? Where is it? A saga. The term saga in movies evokes a sense of grandeur, complexity, and emotional depth. At its core, a saga is more than just a series of events. It's an intricate tapestry woven through the threads of character development, conflict, and resolution that span across time in often different films or episodes. I don't think there's a thing. Because technically, the Lord of the Rings is technically classified as a saga. Even though it's a trilogy, it's a saga because it's a one story over 3 films. And technically Kill Bill is a saga because it's one story over 2 films. That's interesting. Oh, interesting to hear. And it says... So technically, The Empire Strikes Back causes a problem for it being a saga for the Star Wars films. Right, and technically, according to this, it is The Empire Strikes Back, The Matrix Reloaded, and Back to the Future Part 2 are examples of second installments within a trilogy that could almost prevent it from being a saga because they spin off and tell a different story in a similar theme rather than focusing on the themes from the first one. That's kind of cool. Oh, I'm liking this. I'm liking this definition. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, saga doesn't define a series over a long span of time sat in the universe as opposing a grouping of numbers. So I think from what I'm understanding from this, is saga is the story told over multiple things. Is it the same story? So for Lord of the Rings, as an example, Frodo and Sam's story is the same story. They are going to destroy the ring. That is the goal for it. And that is established in the first film, and that is what happens across to the third film. Whereas, take the original trilogy of Star Wars. Technically, the plan for the first one was we are destroying the Death Star. The second film is not about destroying the Death Star. It's about discovering, obviously, Vader and Luke's relationship. And then the third one is then again about destroying the Death Star. So because of the bump in the middle, it's not quite the same, which is kind of interesting. So that's like what according to this I'm seeing. Whereas Kill Bill is only 2 films, but would technically count as a saga because it's not a even though it's a volume 1 and a volume 2, rather than Kill Bill 1, Kill Bill 2 as a sequel. Yeah, okay. Thank you, internet people who have had this same debate. I'm like, wait a second. Like, whoa. This is not my Batman glass. Interesting. That's cool. But Lord of the Rings is that they walk. That's such a good reel. Every time that clip comes up, and no matter what platform it comes up on, I have to sit and watch it. It's so good. It's so good. If you guys haven't seen that, we'll have to put a clip of it in the Discord or something. It's hilarious. I think I've got it saved. I've sent it to so many people. You guys haven't seen this. It's hilarious. It's an Instagram reel that is fantastic. Oh no! What is going on? What is this? I've just clicked onto Instagram to send put a copy of it in the Discord, and my Instagram has just come up with, due to as part of the laws in your region, you can now choose whether or not to see ads and how we use your information. Your choice is as follows: subscribe for $3.99 a month to not have ads on Instagram, or continue to use it for free with adverts, which apparently is the same as our current experience. Oh, that's now a thing. I'm not happy about that being a thing. How can I copy this? Copy. Oh no! Where is it? Memes? Let's put it under memes. I feel it's memes, but it's so good. Yeah. There you go. I popped it in the memes. It's so good. If you haven't seen it, it's fantastic. Meta is all about ads the Western YouTube. I know, I just didn't realise. I didn't realise that was coming in. $3.99 a month to not have adverts. I feel there's a lot of people who will go for that option, you know, though. I haven't got the brain power or the capacity to think about that. I can kind of imagine there would be a lot of people who would probably go, hey, $3.99 is not that much, I guess. Let's go with these two colours here. Just adding in the colour transformation. How they go and from sitting on one side of the table to towering over Tolkien at the beginning always cracks me up. Yes. It's like, yes, yes. It's the bit where it goes, wait, what if they could just take like a giant bird or something? And he's like, I think I'd rather they walk. It's just, it kicks in and you're just like, this is absolute 10 out of 10. It's so good. If you haven't, it's so, and it sticks in your head for ages, doesn't it? It's so catchy. I feel like the color I'm using right now is cool. Is a 2 thin coats gigawatt blue. I feel like this after talking about Back to the Future, it was meant to be, right? $3.99. YouTube is $12.99. That's true, I suppose. Yeah, $3.99 is more reasonable, I guess. I think it's one of those, isn't it? Almost everything's becoming a bit of a subscription service now. But I think the way they're phrasing it as well is pretty much if you choose to do one or the other, you actually they won't use your data and to sell it to advertisers is basically it if you do it for free. Whole thing. I don't know. This is not what I was expecting when I opened up Instagram. Do this line divide. You realise I wasn't on camera there. Can't even get a Mackey's less than £10 these days. They do the £5 deal. The £5 deal at Mackey's is quite good. You get either a cheeseburger or a is it like a mayo chicken, fries, a drink, and 4 chicken nuggets for a £5. It's a pretty good deal. I feel like that normally hits the spot. Although I stand by the point though, if the toys are pretty good, it's also worth sometimes grabbing a Happy Meal. A Happy Meal just hits really well sometimes. Burger, fries, small drink, get a happy toy. Having a good time. I think $3.99 though is an interesting price point because it's that kind of, it falls under that. That's less than a cup of coffee kind of vibe. And the SO where it's that people kind of go, $3.99, I'm on it pretty much every day for Instagram and things. It can be pretty reasonable, I suppose. Same sort of logic as like Twitch Turbo, isn't it? You get no ads for, what is it, $7.99 a month or whatever it is on Twitch. But the people you watch still get paid for ads, if that makes sense. The only difference with Twitch Turbo is I don't think you get the subscriber emotes. So yeah. We got an 85 sec deal around £7 here. You either get a Big Mac meal or a quarter pounder meal. That's not bad. Yeah, Mackey's here is definitely getting more and more expensive. Although I always find it interesting when they do the Mackies in America versus the Mackies in the UK, and you just realize how much, it sounds weird this sounds, how much healthier our McDonald's is than America. Like, the American one has got so much stuff in it. Like, something like, I think it was something they did, the ingredients for chicken nuggets in America. Also, in the UK, it was something like 7 ingredients or something. It was like, and one of them was salt, one of them is chicken breast, the other is like the seasonings in the batter or whatever. And it was something like 73 ingredients and preservatives and stuff in the for chicken nuggets in America. I was like, that's wild. Yeah, this makes me realize I was a little healthier. For me, I still stand by the fact that if I want something that's cheap, cheerful, not necessarily healthiest, but I want a nice cheap lunch, it's got to be Greg's. Greg's, if I want a cheap lunch, is always there to save me. It's always there to save the day. Especially if you bank with Monzo and you have their extra, their whatever you call it account, their plus account. You get a free sausage roll. Hell yeah. Free sausage roll every week, or a donut if you don't want a sausage roll. It's a good time. Okay, so that's the first layer of the transformation colours kind of on there. Kind of shows that they're kind of like transforming into the hidden guys. Now, one of Mackey's. Late night Mackey's after stream. Let me know when they do the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Sacred Beast plushies. Yes! I've got, when they did the Yu-Gi-Oh! Hello Kitty crossover, I ended up with 2 Obelisk the Tormentors and 2 Red Eyes Black Dragons. I was like, I want more. I wanted the Exodia. I really wanted the Exodia one. If you guys never saw these, hold on. Let me grab the Red Eyes because I think it's behind. It's on the shelf out here. Oh, sorry, buddy. I need to pick his butt. Yeah. I'm here. Yeah, if you guys never saw the Red Eyes Hello Kitty Yu-Gi-Oh! GX crossover, this was fantastic. This was hilarious. So you have, hold on. He's wearing a Red Eyes Black Dragon outfit. It's so cool. It's the Hello Kitty and Friends in the Sanrio crossover. I love it. I got that, and I got the Obelisk the Tormentor. I got this guy twice and Obelisk twice, and I was like, I really want Exodia, because I think Exodia was like Pompompiri or something. It was really funny. Yeah. Obelisk the Tormentor plushie is a Christmas tree decoration. I saw, yes! It could be Red Eyes Black Chick. I know, it almost gives me that vibe. Ah, Red Eyes Black Dragon. I did have an idea a while ago. We were chatting about it. I think it was a Super Weasel. You were chatting about the same thing as well. It's picking up Krondis and Karazai and painting them as blue eyes and red eyes, which would have been really cool. That would be a really fun project. I was so invested in Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid. Like, the idea of doing something Yu-Gi-Oh! Again would be cool. I'm just not that fussed on the card game anymore. The alternative formats, like, I'm a little bit more excited by. I kind of dipped out when they introduced pendulums, and then I fully clocked out when Link Monsters came in. I was just like, it just doesn't work for me. Wasn't my cup of tea. You do that, I'll do Stardust and Red Dragon Archfiend. Yes! Oh my god, that'd be so cool. Maybe that'll be a Palooza painting theme later in the year. Crossover with a video game or another franchise. We can make that work. We can do that. We can make that work as a Palooza theme in the year. That'd be so cool. I mean, I feel like most of my painting always comes inspired by video games and other things anyway, so I feel like it wouldn't be that difficult for me. I'm like, oh, well, time to crack out my big folder of all my ideas of random video game games I think should cross over with Warhammer. Well, yeah, if you were to paint up any Warhammer model as a video game or franchise character, like we were just chatting about then, chat, who would you pick and why? Like Luna, I'm surprised with how much you love Gears of War. Have you not done Space Marines as Dom and that as from Gears? There's a couple of cog soldiers. I feel like that would be great. That'd be really, really good. Dun, dun, dun. With half the creatures on the ban list are Link monsters, you knew there was a problem. Yeah, I feel like they were like, oh, hold on, there's a problem here. This is effectively Two Thin Coats' blue horror blue. It's kind of doing like a middle line in what's kind of transforming here. Kind of doing a similar sort of vein as how I did my towel when they were coming out of active camo. I think this is kind of alright. I think it's kind of hitting the spot a little bit. I think that white line's a little bit in your face, but it's not even white, it's just a really light blue. I would love a fresh new Gears of War models. Yeah. That'd be cool. Last ban list was October. I feel we're overdue one now. Maybe they're wondering to see how the new format goes to decide what to do, I guess. I mean, I can't imagine they would get rid of the current the main format of the game. I think they were waiting on an update for that version, actually, if I remember rightly. Yeah, they were waiting for some points changes. Oh, I realised I messed up a bit on this guy. Oh, hold on. I messed up on this guy. I didn't actually put some of the blue on his shoulder pad. He was already transforming on the shoulder, I didn't realise. Oh, actually, that looks kind of nice. That looks a little nicer when I've gone over it with the same green. And then I can go back over it with the blue horror. Also, I feel like Achelian green is the most blue green ever. Achelian horror, Achelian green. Oh yeah, that's nice. I think that makes that pop a little bit more. And then I can go back over that with the blue horror, and that'll give me that little third tier highlight I'm looking for. Yes. Gimme. A happy little accident there. Oh wait, my camera's frozen. I was not holding my thing for ages then. Somehow my camera froze. I think I must have knocked the cable at some point. Oh no, we're back. There we go. I was not just holding my models for ages, just being... Why does it keep flipping? Why, camera, why do you keep doing this? Better. Keeps flipping the wrong one. Why you do this? Why you do this to me? Much confusion. and go back in with a little bit of the white. Okie dokie. Dun, 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 dun. Where's my white at? Where you at? Where you at? Has little tiny highlights on there. Okay. That's a little bit. It's just this bit on the shoulder pad. Trying not to be too precise with this because I want it to kind of be a little bit. It's a decloaking, like it's not going to be the neatest cloak, isn't it? Dun, dun, dun. Man, I made way more progress on this evening than I thought I was going to make. This is such a easy. It's not easy. It's just a really nice project. It's like my brain's in it. I'm like, let's go. Just so nice, so much fun. I realized how zoomed out I was as well. Let me zoom back in with this camera. Does that help a little bit more or not? I think it's focusing on my hand rather than the minis. It's trying to focus on the minis, but it's struggling. It's real struggling. Hello there, welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope you're well. And let's get these on here. Dun, dun, tiny models. Tiny little models. Do, 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 do. Get this painted up here. Let's get it painted in here. Let's get it painted in here. Let's go. Do, everybody. Do, do, do. Paint your models. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Dun, dun. Almost there. Oops, that went a bit bigger than I thought. Fine. I'll cover that. It's nice and easy. So we got here kind of showing those kind of like different lines of the armor transforming. It's silver, isn't it? If I remember rightly. The armor trim on is silver, isn't it? The armor trim silver on my brain is not remember what it is. Alpha Legion. Right? I think. Yeah, silver trim. Silver trim. Okay, cool. Sweet. Okie dokie. That's fine. That works for me. Dun, 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 dun. And where is my super bright silver? Where did I put you? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, ooh, it's not behind me. What's that one? Plate armor. And then I want the mithril one after that, so I can do a highlight. Tiny little guys. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to call that night, buddy, and no worries, my friend. You catch yourself some sleep. I'm glad you're on the road to recovery as well after your cold and flu, my friend. Look after yourself and be safe. And thank you so much for coming on in, mate. It means a lot, as always. Thank you. Dun, dun, dun. Dum, 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 dum. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, bum, bum. Dun, 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 dun. My brain then just went completely like blub 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 blub. It's nice and painted on. These guys are so small, but they're so cool. And no, a lot of these others don't really have any trim. So I'm trying to think of how I can differentiate them from just being that kind of Alpha Legion colour. Now, I could put a little bit of an Alpha Legion squiggle on the shoulders, or I could even try and find an Alpha Legion transfer. If I'm lucky, I might have one actually from Aeronautica Imperialis. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh. Trying to wonder now. My brain's just like, do I have them? I'm trying to think where I put my little transfer sheet of things. Might have to find them after. Because they didn't. They had the Hydra symbol back in the Heresy, but it was a lot of it was white. They had white symbols on their legs and stuff. So let me try and do. If I use the light blue to kind of replicate a couple of those symbols on the knee pads and stuff, maybe, or the shoulder pad, just like the. It's like an A with a weird kind of Omega symbol in it at the same time. Which kind of goes around the side, if I recall. That's about right, I think. Kind of does the job. It kind of identifies them as Alpha Legion, which is what I want. I mean, if I can find some other things, then great, but oh well. We kind of do half the A and then half the circle. That's one that kind of shows that it's kind of there as well. Using this tiny little brush. And they also had an A with a chain through it, or a winged sword with the winged blood drop, or an iron. They had many things, didn't they? They had many. I was like, wait a second, what now? Lots of different things. I've got a transfer sheet for Alpha Legion somewhere. I just kind of like, on models this small, I don't know if I can be bothered. It's a lot of effort. What colour were their tabards? I think they were just black, weren't they? Oh no, they were like a bone white. Okay. So I need to find a... Have I got a bone? I don't think I have a bone. I have a brown and a white on my palette. That will make like a bone colour if I get the mix right. This is me being slightly lazy of not looking behind me at to reach over and grab a bone colour. Ooh. No, I did get a bit of paint on the Korok. He's fine. He's all good. A smidge of yellow. That'll do. A little bit more water. What are you working on tonight, Avian? I hope you're doing well. I'm glad you managed to get in and we saw for when Milkshake was here, so you could finally give him all the pets. Can confirm he gets all the pets from the IOUs. The little guy gets he gets sick of me at the end of it. He's like, "Father, leave me alone. Father, no." They're so tiny. They're so tiny. So small. I feel like Thor in the Avengers Assemble film where he's like, "You're all so tiny and small," where he's like getting impacted by Loki's scepter. Get a tiny few drops of Agrax on this one, or a sepia. Like these fit really well for their kind of like quite plain tabards. So that's that guy on there. I think that's the only one with the tabard. I think the rest of them, yeah, they don't have them. That's fine, although they do have silver. I'd have to pick out the silver studs. I don't have to, but I want to. Probably could do with painting over the rest of it. I just realised the rest of this guy's rocket launcher is still actually green from the salamanders for some reason. Not because they were painted it green originally, but because I forgot and I messed up. So I'm just like, wait a second now. Hold that phone. It's me doing a bad paint job on the first time round. Rocket launcher painted on. Still a smidge of green on the back end of it. Realised I actually only just messed up and shoved this tiny, very delicate paintbrush. For some reason, I accidentally just shoved it right into the pot, right into the paint, and just was like, "Oh no, oops!" Accidentally made that get shoved in there and paint straight into the ferrule. Hopefully I can save the brush by giving it a clean after stream. Let's hope anyway. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Right, let's get a bit of more of these studs painted on. Painty, painty, painty. I'll finish painting off the backpack as well while I'm here. Much nicer, brighter silver. Engine outports down here as well. Like I said, I'm going to do a mouthful Legion, I might as well do them properly. Especially this is going in this tiny little jar of diorama. Tiny diorama. Tiny little guys. There we go. Cool, it's not picked out. I just realised I missed a massive part on this guy's backpack. What is wrong with me? What am I doing right now? You know, I'm just going to paint the rest of his backpack green. Because I have the green on my wet palette. And I've already done the line. So, let's just paint the rest of the backpack green. It's going to be easy. I didn't realise how much I'd missed on these guys. I suppose actually probably isn't that much I've missed, but as soon as because they're so small, you kind of go, oh, nope, missed a bit. They go, oh, lordy. Let's get everything else kind of nicely painted on these guys. Problem I've got now is I've just realised that the guys I've painted up and glued to their bases don't actually have these exhaust ports on their power packs painted. And I now, as soon as I've spotted that, I'm now like, great, I've got to go back and paint them all. I don't have to. My brain just won't let me not paint them all anymore. It won't let me leave them unpainted. So I'm just like, oh no. No, 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 no. Is it green eye lenses or are they red eye lenses? I think they're still red. I think they're the same as the salamanders. I think they have red eye power lenses for their guys. I'm sure it's red. I don't think they would have green. Is it green? No, I'm pretty sure it's red. You know what? I'm going to go with red. It's a similar colour then, isn't it? The sort of thing as the other versions. Might just do a slightly more vibrant red. It's funny, can't see his eyes anyway. Okay, cool. Done. Then we have a little bit of a black casing on their gun. Again, to show a little bit of difference here. They rock the classic black casing because of whatever reason. I don't really know why, but that's what they have. That's what they've got there. Cool. A couple of bits done on that now. Okay. Need a tiny bit of Agrax or Sepia. I think I'll go. What's accessible? What's within reach? Let's make that easier. The easier distinction. Everything is. Well, that doesn't really help. Let's go with Sepia. They've got kind of like a nice sort of tabard-y vibe going for them. So let's go for that one on here. Let's dollop of the Sepia. It's only going to go over really this one guy's robe. Ooh, wow, that's quite a lot on there. Can I take some of that off? I'm hoping I can take some of that off. I kind of realised that I didn't realise how patchy this was. That's fine. Oh, what's on the gun? That's again fine. Happy little accidents. There we go. And channel your inner Bob Ross. Okay, it's a tiny little thing, but it's fine. It's just a little accident. Real good, real good. Oh, I did a bad job of painting this up. Think we are fairly good on the fact that these guys are transformed salamanders into Alpha Legion, which I think is a good level of headway to get to with these guys. Then we've got next up is basically putting them back in their little jar and figuring out how the ledges go on. The only thought process I've had is, as much as there's a couple of rocks in here that are a little bit on the lighter side, I'm almost tempted to put Do I match them to this darker colour? No, it should be fine, I think. So a lot of these are just going to kind of go in here and sit. The problem I've got to do is I've got to do these one at a time. So where did I put my tiny little microfiber cloth? So I'm going to have to, when I glue these ledges in, I'm going to have to sit and glue them in one at a time. That's on the inside, that smear. No. Can I get that off? Yes. Fantastic. The hardest part of this is, as I've just discovered, is finding a way to keep all of Milkshake's blooming hairs out of it. Because the moment I get one out, I've got to then clean the inside of the model. And as some of this, as you can imagine, is quite fragile, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. But we got there, we got there. So, tiny little models. The enemy's done. They are in. So that's going to be, there's one dead guy in the middle of the pool. There's these guys transforming out. And this guy realizing what is happening and going, chase it, get out of there, no! So that's what's happening with him. So he's going to need a little bit of a spruce up on the old painty paint. And then the plan is to try and make some sort of exhaust fume or plume. Probably out maybe a bit of pipe cleaner, or I might try and just do a little bit of like Canthol wire with some cotton wool or something on it. I'll figure something out for that. And he's going to be kind of almost escaping out the top. And then the lid will go on. And that'll be it. That'll be a little almost like jar of marines. It's just that I wish this bit down here wasn't so dirty. I feel like I can clean it with the microfiber, but it's just going to be a very delicate job. It's a bit better, but I have smudged elsewhere, typically. It's a cute little thing. This is fun. This has been a really fun challenge. I was not expecting to have done this much on this evening. I'll level with you. I was not expecting to have got the... I mean, I didn't even think about doing the resin pour. I was hoping to have just had an idea and started doing the base work. The fact that we've got a guy already submerged in the resin and most of the components kind of ready for kind of gluing in place and putting in, I'm kind of excited. Because a lot of this is going to be like putting a bit here, cure it. So these guys, I'm gonna not, rather than super glue them so you don't get that kind of like spread for it, I think I'm gonna put these in and cure each one to the side of the wall with clear resin, and then perch the guy on top of it. So kind of the thought process behind this is there's going to be like a pool of water at the bottom. There's a guy escaping out on his when he's realizing the Alpha Legion are there and betraying him. When his comrade has already fallen in the water, and then the rest of them are kind of going to shoot, sort of take him out. So it's kind of the vibe, I think. So there's only really 2 true salamanders in there. One of them is now dead. So that's going to be kind of fun. But I also want to do one of these guys. I'm not sure which one. The Alpha Legion guys. These are going to have a hot metal rod pushed through them to kind of represent like a plasma burst. That is like a completely killed one of them. So he's taking a couple of them with him. He's doing a good job. That's kind of the vibe. But I think at that point, though, we will probably call stream there, I think. It's a good, nice 4 and a bit hours of stream. Loads of work done and loads of chatting away, which is always absolutely wonderful. But yeah, so I think, though, we will raid off and spread some love. Let's have a look and see where I can go and who I can go and say hello to. There's plenty of wonderful people on. Let's go and send you somewhere where you can hang out for most of the evening. Let's go and have a look. Where are we at? Let's go and say hello to Studio. Studio is on. It's always a pleasure to raid Studio and say hello. So let's go raid Studio for it, and they're always so lovely. So let's raid over and say hello to Studio. There we. Thank you for sharing the raid, Modes Verity. The wonderful Studio J7. I'm sure you guys have been there, seen over there, and chat them loads of times, and it's nice to although the last Wednesday, not the Wednesday just gone, the Wednesday before, though when we raided off, the studio was gonna raid, which was lovely, but I raided off before he could raid. So this is almost like an advanced return of the raid, because the thought was there, which I really appreciated. But folks, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful, lovely stream. I hope you've enjoyed this kind of tiny diorama and doing something a bit different. Welcome in. Thank you everyone for all the new follows. Thank you everyone for the bits and the gigantifying the emotes. Very, very much appreciated. But yeah, we're back on Sunday. It's going to be a big old stream on Sunday because we're announcing all of our plans for February, which is going to be huge. It's always a big time of the year for us, plus our next Painting Palooza theme. But for now, all that is left to say, as always, is thank you so much, and remember to stay safe, stay positive, and above all, be an ambassador for your hobby. Good night, everybody. We will catch you all on Sunday. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your evening and Saturday. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye! Hey, if you made it this far into the stream, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for listening. Good night. Sleep tight. Good night. Bye-bye. Good night. See you later. Bye.